Les oiseaux nous chantent. talk to me and watch me crumble. You will see me come undone. Faithfully, I will look over. There I'll find what you've become.
Lordy, I'm back. I am back, and what a time it's been, y'all. I have so much to tell you all about. Not only did I free Jimmy Kimmel, I also was raptured. And I've returned just to tell you all about it. Mother has returned to tell you about how the rapture went down. She was close. She was close, but now she's not. She's more than just close. Oh my goodness gracious. Farley's like, I thought today was gonna be crazy. Mother was raptured, but she returned. Yes, come here. Come on. Tell them all about it. Tell them all about how it went down. The rapture has you glowing, Queen. Thank you. Getting raptured does wondrous things for your skin. The best skincare routine that there is to be raptured. She has that heavenly glow. Yes, indeed. Heaven itself cleansed my skin. It's the best cleanser that you can have. No money can buy. Oh, the post-rapture glow. Indeed, indeed. Okay, let me thank all of my devout followers. Just okay. Thank you. Fenric Dustcaller, thank you for 22 months. Cap Nice, thank you for 26 months. Tank Spacer, thank you for the 6 months. Elden Goon, thank you for the 2. Paul Red, thank you for the 14. Digital Sneeze, thank you for the 3. Nutty Kiwis, thank you for the 8 months. Queen Witch, thank you for the 6 months. Sasha, thank you for the 28 months. Concuss, thank you for the 35 months. Sequin, thank you for the 37 months. Whoa, it's me. Thank you for the 12. Stranded Shiro, thank you for the 12. Beta D, thank you for the 20. Cora, thank you for the Prime. Nick Sav, thank you for the 5 months. To all my devout followers, yes, it is true. The rumors are true that I was indeed raptured, but I have returned to spread the good word. I have been sent back to all ye sinners. I ascended, and then I descended. Yes, indeed. No, the truth is that I gotta be honest. Being raptured, it wasn't as great as I thought it would be. Mostly because everyone else that I was with was so weird. Everyone was really strange. Not in a cool way. Not in a, like, I can work with this. So weird. Who else made it? The most annoying people. The most annoying people. So I looked around and I was like, I don't think so. I think I gotta go back. I think I have to return. I can't believe you got a refund on your Ascension. I know. I mean, look, when I was in junior high, I read Left Behind. And I believed that shit. And then I became a sinner. I was on the path of sin for years. But I believe again now. It's just that it's really boring. Did you see anyone famous up there? Well, I saw Ruth Conda Forever. Oh shit, turn back. Ah! Yeah, I was like, I had just gotten there and then I went, you know what? Let's turn this car around. Let's bring it around town. No, see, there must be a place where like all the cool people go, and then the place where all the not cool people go. And I think they took me to that one. when Farley.
Say bye. We've been raptured.
Here we go. Ready? Just a preview of tomorrow.
Dogs can go to heaven.
Whoa! Wow!
All right.
Look at that! Look at this!
Say bye.
Whoa!
We've been raptured.
Here we
Whoa!
go. Ready? Just a preview of tomorrow.
Dogs can go to heaven.
The fucking light up in the right hand corner. Oh, Farley, wasn't that fun? Wasn't that so fun? Oh, it was so fun. Conway, thank you for the 14 months. That's crazy. Crazy. Hogan, thank you for the tier 3 36 months. Last stream, well, if you guys piss me off, I might go get raptured again, so we'll see. We'll see. If I start getting annoyed, I'm gonna ring the bell and be like, okay. Round 2. Melly, thank you for the 2 months. Kids Cat, thank you for the 10 months. Bootside Boop, thank you for the 22 months. Sammy, thank you for the 3. Uncle Trudeau, thank you for the 27 months. All the resubs since I've been gone forever. I've been gone so long. Soliloquy, thank you for the 36 months. 3 years. What the hell? What the hell? Sure, I guess I've been streaming for 3 years. Instead of banning weirdos from chat, just have them raptured. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say from now on. I'll be like, you've been raptured. You've been raptured and you've been raptured. You all have been raptured. How'd you come back the first time? I was just like, vibes are bad. I cannot be here. I simply cannot. Go tell Will to stop anti-rapturing people in Rust. Ah, that heathen. That heathen. Anyway, I missed the stream so bad. I feel like I've been experiencing withdrawals. You know, maybe I could have streamed. Maybe I could have streamed up there, shown you guys what was going on. I think it would have been a really boring stream. Not great content. Will you be playing Rust with Sam at all? Yes, I'm hoping to jump in at some point. I've been waiting for oh god. I keep waiting for the Discord link. Will sent me one. It's expired. Boo. Boo. Not right now because we have things to catch up on. I will catch you up on this weekend. And then, unfortunately, as I was gone, things somehow managed to get even stupider. I know. It's amazing. It's amazing that somehow, some way, everything just keeps getting hell of a lot stupider. Yeah. I had I just have to say, I just gotta say, there was something very funny because I had taken my little party favors this weekend because I went to Portola Music Festival in San Francisco. Shout out to the people who came up and said hi. I hope you had a wonderful, beautiful Portola. And I get a text from a family member. From one of Will's family members asking if I was watching the Charlie Kirk Memorial. I did not respond. I did not respond. The answer was no. The answer was actually hell no. Hell no. I was trying to touch grass, so to speak. You mean the scene from Righteous Gemstones? Insane. Like, obviously I've seen clips, but I just okay, one thing that was good about this weekend, my mom shed actual tears over it. A lot of people shed tears over it. A lot of people also shed tears because they learned about price gouging. Because apparently Uber and Lyft ratcheted up their prices because of how many people were in Arizona trying to go to the event to like $700. And people were screaming, crying, throwing up about it online. And it's like, oh, my dears, let me tell you about capitalism. Which somehow you have been convinced is not your enemy. As you're sitting here being like, I can't believe my Uber went from $100 to $700. This is an outrage. Supply and demand. That's true. That is true. Yeah, so this weekend was very much needed. Because it's easy to fall into this mind trap that everyone has gone insane, that like there is a mass psychosis that is happening, which to an extent there is. Okay, we've had the Charlie Kirk shit. And then we have like rapture talk. Hundreds of videos of people be like, it's coming. It's here. So there certainly seems to be some religious kind of psychosis happening. It is so unserious. But also you realize like there are people out there who are not experiencing said psychosis. Yeah, people were selling their homes. They were, I don't know, they were doing all the preparation only to once again realize that the rapture didn't happen. But as they say, you should live every day like it's your last. You should live every day like the rapture is going to happen. Okay? Did you see her?
Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh, I stood up too fast.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of giving me and Farley when I put the tinfoil hats on us. Kind of the same energy.
A while ago, I thought the rapture had started. I got dizzy. I thought I started floating.
No, this
I
cannot
almost
be.
looked down though, but I didn't let go of Max. Did you get scared?
I love
I
her.
held on tight. Look at him. He was scared too.
He's so scared.
I thought it was time, guys.
God! Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy. Anyway, okay. So this weekend was great. I gotta especially shout out Moby, my king, my fucking king. He was so good, and he was also the only person, at least that I saw, the only artist who said like anything political. And basically he got up and he was like, fuck the Republicans. This, he was like, I love this country and fuck these people who are all trying to ruin it. And then he played an amazing set. I mean, he is still the GOAT. He is still the GOAT. Brutalismus yelled Free Palestine. See, Will and I missed Brutalismus to go see Moby. So Portola, Portola is a music festival that happens in San Francisco. This is the first time we went, and we went specifically to go see Prodigy because Prodigy is one of Will Neff's favorite groups. So for his birthday, I was like, you know what? We're going to go see the Prodigy. And we did. And it was fucking amazing. I am a convert. I did convert this weekend. I have become a believer this weekend. I am a prodiger. I'm a prodiger. I'm a prodiger. So fucking good. So good. So, other acts that were amazing. Christina Aguilera, she held that shit down. It was like living out my early 2000s again. She was so good. And then Sunday, we did a 1-2 of Moby and then into the Prodigy, which was crazy. So good. But we missed, everyone else went to see Brutalismus. And Will was like, you know, he's like, Brutalismus, we've seen a couple times this year already. And they were, you know, they were playing a DJ set versus Moby doing a live show. Like, my man was running around the stage. He was playing the bongos. You could see him conducting. You could see him conducting all on the stage, and then he'd run and like be on the microphone, and then he was up on the thing. Yeah, he did. He had a whole band up there. It was awesome. It was so good. And he was like, you know, in my heart, I'm still a rave kid. And he's the type of performer. He's just such a goddamn professional. You look at him and you're also like, he could do this to an audience of 2 or an audience of 20,000 and it would be the same energy. And you just know he loves it. He loves it. Damn, he was doing that when I saw him in 2009. He's still doing it. Went to a concert. I want to say thank you for always recommending Earplugs, Game Changer. I knew that I was at a festival where there were older people because I would look around and almost everyone had earplugs in versus like going to Coachella or EDC. And I look around, I'm like, I want to weep. I want to weep at how few people are protecting their ears. And Portola sound is also, it was like not even as loud as these other festivals, but that's always the move. This is the craziest one I've seen. Okay, I'm gonna save this until we get to more of the Rapture talk. We'll watch this. Ashley, thank you for the 35 months. Sunbun, thank you for the 35 scale cylinder. Thank you for the 37. Steady Up, thank you for the 17. Izzy Fizzy, thank you for the 23 months. I keep my earplugs in my backpack. So yes. I always make sure I have them on me. Okay, so what else can I say? I mean, it was just great. It was gorgeous weather, good friends, great music. I was a little sad though because one of my friends was saying this this might be the last Portola or they have to fix some logistics because I guess they undersold it. And they're just, I don't know, they were having issues. They're having issues with tickets the whole time. And so it is one of those festivals that's definitely like geared towards music heads. And the guy who started Portola and he spends the entire year crafting the lineup. And it's very much like it's very much geared towards music lovers and not at all towards like who's trendy or like who's popular on TikTok or anything like that. Which headphones do you recommend? Eargasm is good. Loop earplugs are good. You don't have to spend like tons and tons of money. The ones that I have cost like $40. What was Christina doing there? Okay. So I was reading about this, of course, and apparently they love to have one. So the guy who puts it together loves to always have like one big pop culture act. And so every year he makes sure to reserve a set time for a pop icon. And this year it was Christina Aguilera. And she did truly banger after banger after banger. It was so good. But yeah, it's like a fun, it's like a consistent thing at this festival to have at least one major pop icon amongst like dance and electronic artists. And she was so fucking good. She was still hitting the, yeah. She still had it. I'm so mad I missed Christina. I'm so sad for you. Who was your favorite act? I forgot you guys were there until I remembered halfway through Prodigy's set. I also met like, you know what's crazy? I think I met more people who are like either watch the stream or know me from something at this festival than I have at others. And I think it's because Portola is an older crowd versus like when we go to EDC, usually people that we're with get recognized a ton. And it's like younger festival goers. I also said I was going, yeah, but I say I'm going to EDC every year. I don't know. Maybe I was just more, aware because it's also smaller. Like Portola is a smaller crowd size, which I also love. I have to say, I think I'm all about the smaller crowd size, like just not having to walk a million miles from place to place. It was nice. Like I could see, you could see the entire layout. I just got to say, I think I prefer it. The Portola lineup's like Coachella when it wasn't an influencer photo op. Yes. And it's people who are there for like the music. Did you see the tweets joking that Kimmel's rising after 3 days on the Rapture? I have seen a lot of tweets since I like started to, usually when I go away for the weekend like this, I'll try to unplug because most of the time I'm not unplugged. I try to unplug. And so when I start like coming back, I just get hit. There's always a million tweets. And I think the thing that I noticed the most is how many people are just like, you know what? I just got to laugh through this shit. I just got to meme my way through hell. All the tweets of just like clothes. Just someone would post a picture of a pile of clothes. You just got to laugh your way through. Slime Bagel, thank you for the 22 months. I guess I live to see another Rapture. Don't worry, there will be another one. Tricky Keys, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, it's all we have right now. All we can do is just like, well, all right. You see the strays that you caught from Denims. Is she jealous that I got raptured?
I've known people who are unbelievably intelligent and they could write quite the thesis. God forbid you give them a computer. Case in point, Caroline Kwan. Okay? One of the smartest women I've ever met. One of the smartest people I've ever met. God forbid she has to deal with any tech issue. It will be a bloodbath. So, like, there are not only are there different types of intelligence, but there's also, like, different specking of the different types of intelligence. So, yeah.
Yo, why does everybody know how to cook my ass? I'm too easy.
True, I know some doctors who've done some absolutely dumb fucking shit.
I am too easy, man. Red to filth. My God. Everyone's just jealous that I got raptured. It's fine. Whatever. I don't need a computer. Computers are evil. Computers are the devil. I'm not kidding you. I did read Left Behind when I was in junior high. And I believe that shit. I believe that shit. And when we went to go see We went to see Dylan Brady did a DJ set, and then I can't remember who it was after it came on, but they were like, do you guys like dubstep? And everyone was like, woo! And he starts playing dubstep music, and I turned to, I think it was Marsh maybe. I turned to Marsh and I was like, when I was still a Christian, when I was 14, I thought dubstep music was the devil's music. He looked at me and he goes, it kind of is. I really did, though. Dubstep music would not have been allowed in my house. One, I think my mom would have just thought it was really annoying. But when I was a Christian, I really did think dubstep to be kind of. I thought dubstep was Satan's tunes. I did. I was like, this is the devil's music. And now here I am all these years later doing this when the guy yells on the mic, do you all like dubstep? Yeah. You were also getting strays at Camp Peak? The hell? I was just minding my own business, touching grass this weekend.
Yes, because I know you're bad at games, which is okay, because it's fun to play with you.
Really?
Yeah, it's fun because you're so lost.
Thank you.
So it is actually. Are you gonna cry?
No, no.
You cry, you little pussy. You're gonna cry.
I'm not good at games.
No, I like.
already know where
like
this is going.
Playing with you because you're bad.
Aw.
It's like, have you seen clips of like Caroline Kwan?
Have you seen clips of Caroline Kwan? Well, at least there was a distraction right then and there. So I didn't have to hear about these clips. You know, I just have to say, I am the meme of the guy with the cup in the corner at the party going, they don't know that I beat Elden Ring. They don't know that I beat Elden Ring. Please tell me more about these clips. They don't know. Like this one.
No.
Is there something to do in here?
I don't know. I'm turning this on again.
No, I'm in here. Don't.
Sorry.
I don't know. Did I do something? Sorry. I'm gonna die. Okay, wait. Oh, shit. I'm burning to death. Why? No.
Chris! All right. Okay. Here's the thing, though. She deserved that one. So I don't even feel bad. She deserved that. I did that on purpose, actually. That was done completely with intent. I told my friend that you beat Elden Ring and they said that was impossible for you. Well, tell your friend that they're a mean person because I did beat Elden Ring. I'm turning 33 years old soon, and I will stand on business. I will stand on business and say that I did that, and I don't know how, but I did it. That's right. Anon, thank you for the tier 2, 37 months. KXM Choi, thank you for the 5 months. Awesome Ryan, thank you for the 8 months. Who took Miriam? Thank you for the tier 6 months. Tell your friend that if I ever see them, it's going down. It's going down, okay? Because I might not be the best with a controller, but I don't need a controller to beat some ass. It's on site. The top comment on this TikTok is no way Ray outboomered Caroline. Bro, how has this spread far and wide?
Why does Caroline have a cool mouse? What? I did not know. Mine does that. What?
Wait, what does hers do?
Since when? Guys, I've never look at the bottom of the
Wait, how does it do that? Hold on a second. I always thought it was a green arrow. Wait, how does it do that though?
screen. It's like a regular mouse. But why does it have fingers? And also, why is this her yellow?
Oh.
I've never noticed.
Wait, I didn't notice that either.
Oh my gosh, it does it over here too. Oh, so
It's
pretty much
when
when
you're
it's a
on
clickable
something
thing,
clickable.
It changes into that.
Oh. Wow, you
never
learn
noticed
something
that.
new every
Yours
day.
is orange? How do you make it change colors?
Okay, at least I knew how to make it change color.
Sorry, I didn't notice.
Yeah, wait, I didn't know that either. Okay. Wait, but hold on. See? Oh, I guess I can't click on it because it's like, okay, I got it. It's like her first time on a computer. Oh, I love how much she freaked out though. Caroline fought against that TikTok caption hard. Honestly, I didn't know. I didn't know that it turns into, wow, my powers of observation are nil. Absolutely none to be found. Huh. Honest to God, I think people could totally get raptured and I wouldn't even notice. I would be like, oh, it's just another Tuesday. It's just another Tuesday, boys. How did you guys use computers for hours and hours and process nothing? Because it's like a thing that you use, but you don't understand. Like, you know enough to use it. You know enough to use it, but you don't really understand it. Yeah. It is like calculus. It's like calculus. Skeletor, thank you for the 33 months. Space Cadet, thank you for the 14 months. It was also posted in Ray Twitch. You know, if that's the reputation I have, there could be worse reputations. They're genuine. I would say that there's quite a few people around me who have significantly worse reputations than Caroline is bad at gaming. Caroline doesn't know computer. So, you know, could be worse. Oh.
Some people live for people live. Some people live just to be gay.
I love Christian so much.
Some people think we should fuck horses raw.
Hold on a second. He just hit him with an I love Christian. I don't remember getting this type of response when I burst into song.
That they deserve our loads. But I know that Father Billy would never go near a fall.
Some people want it all,
but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't Father Billy, yeah. If it ain't the blood God, yeah. Some
He can
people
sing.
want
Dude, he's a professional
things, they all
artist.
know
He's so
I'm
good.
really gay, but that could never be.
See, this is why Christian is my baby. This is, oh God, I'm going to have to get into Rust at some point because he needs, no, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it at all. He can solo it for sure. But, you know, I mean, two is always, there's always one and then there's two, which is, then you really can't do anything about it. You certainly cannot. To be fair to Will, Christian doesn't give haircuts when he sings. You know, I do more than just haircuts too. I do a lot of haircuts, but it's because Will be like, I wish you sang good songs. I'm like, haircuts is a great song. Haircuts. Another song got performed
It's
for Will.
like an
There's
apology. I
So
try
many
to sing it for you.
songs happening.
Yeah, I'll listen to your song. hope you like
Oh,
it.
this.
Oh.
I was about to say this
I'm
rest
not
server
a
is a
smart
musical
man, but I
theater.
don't think that was supposed to happen.
What happened to him?
One health.
Was it too? Was the intro too powerful? He died. What's going on?
It was a real short one. You know, the best ones are always too short. Billy, you're getting swarmed by bees right now. I don't know if you know that.
Oh my god, that was horrific
my
to watch.
God.
I'm on taking stuff and meds now.
That happened to my friend at Tiesto. One time that happened to my friend. Father Billy in the Church of Ruthless. Okay, so my understanding is that there's two. So there's Father Sears Church, and then there's Father Billy's Church. They have two different factions happening in Rust right now. Question will be, which one do I join when I join? Do I join the horse fuckers? Or the non-horse fuckers? It's a tough call. It's a really tough call. Last time T-Pain performed Forever on the server? Oh, that's right. I wasn't there, but I saw that. Well, you know what? I'm going to go with the group. I'm going to go with the group that is pro Rapture, that are the true believers. That's who I'm going with. That's what's up. Okay, what else can I catch y'all up on? Sorry I couldn't go live last night. I just had an overwhelming amount of paperwork. It was very not fun. But we're trying to get stuff ready for China. I have other annoying things. I wish my life was just like I could focus on stream, but there's always annoying things to do. But we're trying to get that taken care of. And it is not as easy to go to China as it is to when we went to Japan. We got to do more. China is still on. Yeah, China's still on. As of right now, I'm still planning to go to TwitchCon. So if you guys bought tickets for the event, I and will have our meet and greet still Sunday. Still planning to do that. With how insane things have been, I wasn't sure. I also have like a couple shows that I'm doing. Are you guys defecting to China? We'll see. We'll see if we do. But anyway, okay. That's don't give too much personal info. Well, here's the thing is that it is going to be on it's on the internet. Are you around for this weekend birthday? Yes. Oh, I got a new code for yay. Okay, I'm gonna join that. Yes, I'm gonna be around this weekend. I honestly have no plans right now for my birthday. I kind of for the last couple years have like not been into just like haven't really cared to come up with birthday celebration plans. So we'll see. But yeah, I do plan on streaming. Why is this not loading? Damn it. I just want to get this. What is going on with this server? Messages failed to load. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's happening with this. Will's birthday hate is rubbing off. No, not at all. I usually just have like a lot. I usually just have a lot going on. And I'm like, if I can end up planning something for my birthday, great. If not, I'm not a hater. I'm not like, I'm 1 year older. I hate my birthday, hate myself. But I also am not like my birthday month. It's my birthday month, and we are going to be celebrating The whole month. There's also a lot of people in my life who have birthdays in September, and so there's always a lot going on there. I'm usually it's so funny too, because I'm usually much more focused on, even though Will actually hates his birthday. Yeah, it's my birthday year. Even though Will actually hates his birthday, I'm always focused on like trying to do something fun for it. So like this past weekend was for his birthday, and I just spent a lot of money and time planning it out. So I'm like, can't even think about mine. How was heaven? So boring. I was there for 2 seconds. Strong, thank you for the 6 months. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can get myself whitelisted for Rust while we do other stuff. Moby's birthday is in September. He had a much worse 36th birthday than Will. His birthday is 9/11. Oh, yeah, no, that's not good. That's pretty bad. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Any chance of a subathon? Oh, God. I don't know, because I killed myself so much when I did that 24-hour stream, and Will was like, you know, you don't have to do 24 hours straight. But I was like, but then it doesn't feel as much of a commitment. It's like a go big or go home type of thing. But I died. It was the most, because I know I did not pace it well at all. I ate horrible things. I did so much. I squeezed so much because I just had no idea how it was going to go. And I did it at 100. Mine and my boyfriend's are 10 days apart. I put more time and effort into his than I ever do for mine. Yeah, it like feels better to do it for somebody else, especially someone you care about, than being like, I'm planning my own birthday. Your birthday is one day after mine. Let's go. We'll celebrate it together. Okay. All right. Will I play Silent Hill F one day? Of course. Absolutely. Really, really excited for Silent Hill F. It's almost October, which is cray cray. And yeah, anyway, so this weekend, you know, it was like a reminder of just being out. My favorite thing to do at a music festival is to meet strangers. And I always like talking to people and asking like, oh, where are you from? Who are you here to see? And just kind of being reminded of people who are not like insane and make you feel like you are the only person who has not who's not gone totally whack. It's lovely. I mean, that's one. There are definitely cons to music festivals, you know, sometimes like there being a lot of people is one of those cons, but I think that I think that it's always nice to be at a place where vibes are good and people are there to just have a nice time and listen to good music and hang out with friends. And I don't know, I always meet really cool people that way. Twitter is dead, internet theory. I mean, it's just like I go on Twitter and every post is like some insane person or a bot or both. I swear Elon Musk has only been turning up the dial on Twitter, and all I'm getting fed are like the craziest Nazi evangelical psychosis style posts. I just know he's in the room with the big dial and just keeps cranking it up, and so you feel as if you're the last normal person on the planet, you know? And there's a lot of people who do have who do have awful things in their brains and in their hearts, but also like keeping in mind that these algorithms are being controlled by right-wing billionaires who are only gotten more and more power and are seeking to control the flow of information to further enriching themselves. And so it's always like that reminder that this is not organic, that this is being astroturfed, that the people who are running these platforms like Elon Musk are intentionally pumping out this really, really awful shit. So, yeah. I found a way. Oh, the other thing too, hold on a second. What is going on with the amount of fucking posts that I have seen about the show The Summer I Turned Pretty? I do not follow anyone from this show. I do not search this show. I have never watched this show. Why am I constantly seeing shit from... I don't interact with it. And yet, this show is being shoved down my throat. This show, and apparently this movie, it feels astroturfed. It does. This does not feel like it is at all... This is at all like an organic thing, because there's just tons and tons of fans on the show who are posting about it. It's so weird. Let me give the TLDR on The Summer I Turned Pretty. It's huge. I genuinely had not heard of this until, I swear it's been like the last month that I just keep seeing this shit. Okay, so there's a girl. Her name is Belly. She had a relationship with an older brother, Conrad. Wait, is this the synopsis of the show, or is this drama like within? Then she dated the younger brother, Jeremiah. Like, these are fake people? Okay, these are fictional characters. Got it. I'm sorry. What is her name? Bellifer? No, it's not. No. Bellifer? So Bellifer had a relationship with an older brother named Conrad, and then she dated the younger brother, Jeremiah. And then apparently there was a summer that she turned pretty. I don't know. Is this when this all happened? Jeremiah. Oh, wait. Okay. He's the fucking guy who did the other, jeans, the weird jeans ad. Jeremiah actor is a Trumpy, so we all hate her. Okay. Yes. I remember the Duncan ad. Do you want me to spoil the ending? I was never going to watch this show, but especially because I feel like it is being maniacally shoved down my throat, I will not watch this show. So go ahead. If you don't have to admit it, but if you don't want this spoiled, then don't listen for the next 30 seconds. She got engaged to Jeremiah, but then she ditched the wedding and she ended up with Conrad. Wait, I can't remember the names. Hold on. Conrad's the older brother. Okay, I do remember seeing ads or whatever, posts and being like, why do they look so similar? Why do these two white boys that are vying for her love look the same? Are they supposed to look the same? So okay, that's messy. Okay. Wait, that's not the twist? The twist is not that Bellifer got engaged to Jeremiah, but then ditched the wedding and went back to Conrad, who she was initially with, who is the older brother of Jeremiah the Bullfrog. Here's the plot twist. I've never seen this show. I've just seen every tweet and TikTok edit of it, so I know every plot beat. Hold on, we're getting. That's not true. Jeremiah dumped her at the altar, but then she magically hopped a plane to Paris with no visa and stayed there legally. Of course, that's love. Love knows no borders. True love doesn't care if you have a visa or not. And Jeremiah cheated on Belly in Cabo. Okay, so he sucks. Okay, so he sucks. I actually just saw a tweet today that someone was like, whenever anyone asks me if I've seen a show that's really popular, I say yes, even though I haven't, because I'm so chronically online that I know every single thing about the show. I've seen every TikTok, I've seen every tweet, I know every plot beat, I know all the drama. And so I just say like, yep, I've seen the show. With a girl named Lacey, so they played the song Lacey. Wow, their song choice is on the nose. You mean to tell me that the writing of the show is like a junior high kid wrote it? I'm shocked. Her name is Isabella, but they call this 20-year-old Belly. Okay. All right. Huh. By the way, it's based on a YA novel. It breaks my heart that Jenny Han let the Summer I Turned Pretty show turn out to be so bad. Yeah, wait, I like Jenny Han. That's who wrote this. She wrote To All the Boys I Loved Before. Yes. There's a video on it. Honestly, I feel like I got the gist.
The Summer I Turned Pretty, more like the summer.
Why? But I just like, what is it about this show? Why are people going so
I
crazy?
got rage baited.
Is this another I don't know. Is there just like
The thing I need is Jeremiah Fisher.
Billy!
You not already feel my blood pressure rising?
3 years ago, The Summer I Turned Pretty changed lives. People everywhere were lining up to cast their
Did
vote,
it?
Team Conrad or Team Jeremiah. It was
okay, depending on who you chose, Team Conrad or Team Jeremiah is going to be dependent. Your ascending in the rapture is going to be dependent on if you picked Jeremiah or Conrad.
peaceful time. But the juice slowly got juicier and the tea got stronger. The series has taken over social media with watch parties.
What?
People having major crash outs over the show.
Oh my god, he said I'm not gonna see you no honey baby.
Causing so many opinions that a majority of the cast have faced some sort of backlash, even resulting in the show having to remind people several times, might I add, to act normal online.
no.
And I'm here to explain everything from relationship lore to cast drama. Let's start by setting the scene. In 2021, Amazon ordered a series adapted from the novel trilogy by Jenny Han, with the name The Summer I Turned Pretty, with each season based on one of the books, hence the reason we have 3 seasons. The series follows Belly as she deals with love and heartbreak. Every summer, her family go to cousins to spend time.
Wait, also, how old is she? Why is she getting married? Sorry to be that person, but she looks like she's 16.
At her mum's best friend Susanna's beach house, along with her 2 sons, Conrad and Jeremiah, with both brothers falling for Belly, leading her to find herself caught in a vicious love trap.
No, that's
so here
a
is a
whole
very basic
discourse.
presentation I made of the relationship timeline so far. Both boys share feelings for Belly. Belly and Jeremiah kiss. Belly chooses Conrad. Conrad breaks up with Belly. Belly and Jeremiah grow closer. They kiss in front of Conrad. He lies about his feelings for her. She then chooses Jeremiah. They date for 4 years. During a pause in the relationship, Jeremiah supposedly cheats on Belly. She forgives him. He proposes to her.
I'm in
Conrad
like
helps Belly
4 of these group chats and I'm 33 years old. It's an addiction.
prepare for the wedding. Being around Belly
So
more, he realizes that
maybe
he never
all
stopped
these
loving
posts-
her. Conrad
Maybe all these posts I've been seeing, like, maybe this is organic. Maybe there's a lot of times I'm like, there's a whole internet out there that I am not
confesses
on.
his love to Belly. She tells Jeremiah. Jeremiah can't be found the day of the wedding. Conrad finds him and gets walloped. Jeremiah returns for the wedding,
God.
confronts Belly, and the wedding is called off. Currently leaving Belly with neither one of the boys. As Belly continues to choose between the 2 brothers, over the years, fans have shared their opinions on which brother they want Belly to be with.
I am so, what's her name from Broad City? When she's like, what am I, a child bride? I look at her at 22. I'm like, what? They've turned her into a child bride.
First we have Team Jeremiah.
Belly, I'm gonna marry you, girl, wherever you are.
Ew!
Let's just say, he is definitely not
Oh God, why does he have to be right there?
he's not a favourite, which we will learn as this video goes on. Jeremiah is the younger brother. He always has quite a lot of energy. He's like flirtatious. He has been described as giving golden retriever energy. He also has very bright blue eyes that stare into your soul.
Oh
People
my
say
God,
he brings out the
get him some brown context. It's too much.
fun side of Belly and doesn't really take life too seriously. He does, however, get jealous when he sees Conrad and Belly together, especially in the first season, even setting off a firework in their direction. Then we have Team Conrad. This is definitely the most popular team. Conrad is the older brother and Belly's first love. He struggles with his emotions, often shutting people out. No matter how hard he tries to move on, Belly will forever be his one and only true love. He's very supportive and often keeps to himself. He works hard in school and he is studying to be a doctor. Then
Okay, here's my question. Why not both, you know? You can do that. You can just go to Utah or something like that.
we have Team Belly, which is ultimately Belly should choose herself and not be with the brothers. A lot of people hope this isn't going to be the case for the show.
Grandma, are you Team Conrad or
Brother
Team Jeremiah?
husbands.
Actually, I'm anti-Belly.
Because there's so much drama between the three that we're like, Grandma! Pick one. But it might end up with Belly being like, I decide I choose the summer. After all this time, I think I choose myself. We also have Team Cam, but if
okay.
you were on that ship,
Okay.
that sailed a long time ago. So imagine if she ends up with Cam at the end of the fucking show. Bruh. I think I would actually throw my control at my TV. Just in case you were wondering, I am Team Conrad. I have been Team Conrad since season 1. I don't want to be like,
Okay, sorry to sound old, but is this like Team Jacob versus Team Edward? Is that the level that we're at here? Are we at like Twilight obsessive levels?
oh, well, I was always Team Conrad. Well, I was. But before we get deeper into the lore, I wanted to introduce everyone to today's sponsor, Manta Sleep. If you're looking for a good and comfortable
know what I
night's
mean? I
sleep, a
just
Manta
need,
Sleep
like-
mask is the perfect thing for you. With
I
lots
need a
of masks
comparison
choose
to
from, best
know
suit you
how
and your
big
needs.
this
They're really good
is.
quality and have a well thought out
No,
design.
I
that
don't
honestly,
mean-
you never feel like you're even wearing
I don't-
the mask.
I
They
don't
offer
mean, like,
100%
who's the right
blackout,
choice.
meaning
I
they're
mean
great for
the-
those long, bright days. I have
The
a sound
height that
mask
this is
comes
at.
with a removable
I don't
layer,
think you understand how big
intact
this
with
show is.
two
That's what I'm trying to
Bluetooth
understand.
speakers. For those who like to customize, there are so
I'm trying
many
to see,
options
like,
to
are we
accessorize your
talking-
mask with
are we
cool
talking
light ups
Twilight?
like I have that make your mask feel completely your own. So if you fancy yourself a Manta
A really
Sleep mask,
important part
use the
that
code
isn't mentioned is that their
ABSleep10 or
mom
10%
died in the
off.
first
Thank you for
season, which is
listening,
why
and now
Conrad's
back to the
emotionally
video.
fucked
The show
up
caused a lot of opinions
during
and
their-
heat online that
Wait, okay, so Conrad's emotionally fucked up because their mom died, but what about the other one? Did he not care about their mom, or is he like, I'm fine?
Before season 3 premiered, on July 16, Prime Video shared a post that reads, "We have zero tolerance for bullying and hate speech. If you engage in any of the following, you will be banned. Hate speech or bullying, targeting our cast and crew, harassing or
That
doxing
is-
members of the community." In all honesty, I don't think this post did anything. The writer of the series, Jenny Han, said, "When people have an attachment to the characters, they want to see it come to
Do I think there was ever a Team Heathcliff or Team Linton? Yes, in the 1840s, I think people were probably writing letters, you know, whatever form of communications they had back then, fighting over Team Heathcliff and Team Linton.
together at the end. I'm so grateful that they care so much, but people get a little scary about it. Please don't threaten to kill someone if something doesn't go your way. I promise you, it's not that serious." During season 3, Jeremiah and his relationship with Belly has caused major online debate.
Jeremiah said losing Belly was worse than losing their mom. Okay, that is fucked. Unless the mom was horrible. If the mom was horrible, then okay. But otherwise, that's crazy. I would leave his ass just for saying that. What the hell? The real comparison is that it's like everyone is Team Edward and Team Why Are the Writers Still Bothering with Jacob? No one likes the other dude. And he's the one who came in and was like, I'm gonna marry Belly.
My rabbit's freaking chewing his castle again. I'm gonna have to remove it. With most of the planet being Team Conrad, that if you're not Team Conrad, you most likely will get ripped to shreds.
Apparently, I should have answered. What's the other one?
Comrade.
Yeah, apparently I should have answered.
Were you in trouble?
I was in big trouble.
It has led
Yo, they're asking F1 drivers
to Jeremiah getting the absolute piss taken out of him with loads of memes and jokes online, even branding him the most hated boyfriend on the internet. Many TikToks have been made on several events that happened in season 3. We have the whole cheating scandal, the cake situation.
The cake is my one thing, and you said each of us get one thing.
Ultimately saying that he has more chemistry with the cake than Belly herself. And let's not forget the non-existent engagement ring. So
why does anybody date this guy? I feel like losing Belly has been even more painful than losing my mom. What?
Many people have stated their team, even for the lingo. Delta Airlines made a post, the seat that they would give Conrad being first class and the seat that they'd give Jeremiah being the toilet.
Dylan, are you Team Conrad or Team Jeremiah?
Oh, I love the Summer Jim Pretty.
No!
Obviously,
No, they got my man's Dylan O'Brien doing this.
Honestly, I could make an hour-long video just going through all the posts alone. And I have to admit, the whole making fun of Jeremiah thing has been really funny. And I think it's
Can you imagine like some TikToker on the carpet going up to Anthony Hopkins and being like, "Sir Anthony Hopkins, are you Team Conrad or Team Jeremiah?" And then Anthony Hopkins just kills them.
completely fine making fun of a character. You know, at the end of the day, they are fictional. For most people, I think that's what they have been doing. But there are some who do struggle to separate the character from the actor. Gavin, who plays Jeremiah, has spoke in an interview with the New York Times saying, "They tend to dislike him, yes. I don't check Instagram anymore, so I haven't really seen that much hate. The only thing that I see is my sister sending me the memes that are really funny. I think
His
it's
eyes
important
are
to
too
also
blue.
understand and
I gotta be
realize that
honest.
this is a fictional story, and it's also not me. And I think that's why Amazon did a good job of stepping in and being like, hey, no bullying. Though not really going so well.
Don't forget that it's not real life.
Which leads us on to the cast.
Oh, that's what you think. That's what you think, sir. Season 3 was like the last season of Game of Thrones controversial with the fans. Oh my God. Oh my God. How have I like not been aware of how fucking huge
Drama.
this is?
I won't be talking about the drama
gotta text
in
my
depth
sisters
as there are
'cause
so
I-
many videos on this already. This is just a quick summary of all the drama.
Okay, I will bet you so every single dime that I have that Jen has like read the books and or watched the show. All right, let me text. Say, has anyone here seen Summer I Turned Pretty?
The Gavin controversy. Besides the character, Gavin has caused some controversies due to a few things.
This is
One,
very
a Dunkin'
much
Donuts
Jen's
ad.
shit.
July 29th, Gavin was featured in an ad promoting one of Dunkin' Donuts'
Yes,
newest
we
refresher
watched
drinks, the
this.
Golden Hour Refresher,
I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened.
and said the line, "This time,
Genetics.
Ultimately, this came out a very short while after the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad, where the campaign and promotion used the line
Sydney Sweeney.
Caroline's sending that mom
being like a
text,
play
so
on
y'all
words,
reading
saying
the
that
Pretty
she's wearing
Summer
great jeans,
book?
but she's also got good genetics. So when this Dunkin' Donut advert came out and he said,
This tan? Genetics.
some people have slammed this as reinforcing Eurocentric.
I'm gonna be so for real. Okay, if this is like Joffrey levels of fan hate, this actor may be screwed on his future work if people hate him that much.
Body standards. Very similar to the American Eagle campaign. So even if this ad was not doing that, it was just very bad timing. Gavin on the ad said, "I had no idea," missing much of the reaction to the show and the ad because he had been off-grid in Thailand and Indonesia with his wife. Apart from the Dunkin' Donuts ad, back in 2023, it was discovered
He's a
that
diehard
he
Christian.
had liked a
Well, I bet he didn't get raptured like I did.
anti-vaccination and anti-feminist tweet, although later commenting that the tweet didn't
Is he a
reflect
Zionist?
his
I don't
views,
really
adding
know
that
of
he
him
doesn't
outside
always have
that ad.
Instagram on his phone. But this still left fans with very mixed opinions on him. After this, he had allegedly liked a video on TikTok posted by Jordan Peterson. In the video, Peterson voiced transphobic views. Another ex-user found that some of his family follows some far-right figures. Gavin hasn't publicly addressed these situations or controversies.
I mean, I'm gonna be so for real. He looks like a kid who could go to University of Arizona and be attending the Charlie Kirk Memorial.
It's very
you know?
obvious why this doesn't sit well with a lot of people. But some fans were speculating that in recent interviews, the main three actors of the series seem to come off a bit awkward and may not be as close as they used to be, with Lola and Christopher sharing different political views from Gavin. And also the fact that the two weren't at his wedding. Now, obviously, this is all theory, speculation, and none of the cast has outright said.
I mean, here's the thing. I am always willing to separate like whoever the fucking family is a fan of or follows, because there's a lot of people. Most of us in our families, we need that separation from our own political views, not to be judged for our family's heinous beliefs and who they follow. You know, it's more of like, it only matters who the person in question is a fan of, like what kind of posts they're sharing or whatever.
Anything. And at the end of the day, these people are co-workers. They don't have to be best friends. They can just exist in an interview. Even though I'm going to go back to talking about the show, I just thought I would mention the whole drama. Why is The Summer I Turned Pretty so popular, and why do we love it so much? The series-
No, I'm not negating like his. I'm not saying that he can't have those political beliefs based on what he's been liking and whatnot. But just as far as like in general, his family, that's one of those where it's like sometimes apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and that's only like reinforcing what their own beliefs are as well. But for a lot of us, it's like a lot of us, you know, if we were marked as who our family likes and what our family says, it's bad.
It's revived the long dead love triangle that basically populated TV in the early 2000s and 2010s. And it's been such a while since we have had anything on the level of The OC, Gilmore Girls, Gossip Girl, The Vampire Diaries. The show is a very modern take on the love triangle and doesn't feel like it's trying to be something that it's not. Also, the show has an
My sister just commented back, duh. And I said, has anyone here seen The Summer I Turned Pretty? And she just said, duh. This is the same sister who has a folder of herself, a folder of pictures and videos of herself crying, like sobbing while watching Vampire Diaries. Both of my sisters, I found out, both my younger sisters have like not one, but multiple videos of themselves crying while watching the Vampire Diaries. I'll say, here's what I'm going to say. I just started watching and I'm team Jeremiah. Wait, that's the one we hate, right? Yeah, and I'm team Jeremiah. What about you? She also followed it up and said, Dad said, is there a summer I turned ugly? Classic dad joke. Classic. Okay, I'll see what she says to this. I just started watching and I'm team Jeremiah. What about you? Oh, she's actually pretty calm. She says, she's like, I was, but I'm waiting for the rest of this. I think even if there is Joffrey level of hate, it wouldn't tank his career like it used to be because the intensity of the hate might be the same. We're all in such niche locations on the internet that like half of us here are just now finding out these people even exist. So it's not as completely society capture, more just like a specific subset of dedicated fans. I see what you're saying. Like, this isn't a show that we are all collectively watching and then having general discourse over once a week in the way that we did with Game of Thrones. I think you have to watch it now. I swore though, when I saw this show just constantly being pushed on my timeline, I went, I cannot watch this.
Insane soundtrack. I think they put more money into that than the actual show itself. Every other song is a Taylor Swift song, a Sabrina Carpenter song, an Olivia Rodrigo song. It's actually insane. Another thing that's probably caused the sensation of the show is the virality of it, especially on TikTok. It gives you the feeling that if you aren't watching the show, that you almost feel left out. So even people who necessarily wouldn't watch the show are watching the show because it's viral, which happens with a lot of shows. It's not like a new thing. So now we have talked about what the show's about, what the online discussions are, the drama. What has my experience of the show been so far? I started watching the show back when it came out in 2022. I really enjoyed season 1. Now I have to admit, when it came to season 2, I watched about half of the season when it came out and then I stopped. I don't necessarily think this was like a conscious decision of mine. I probably just got invested in another show. However, I do remember it not gripping me in as much as the first season. When season 3 started coming out and I started seeing it everywhere again,
36 months?
I decided to go back and binge the rest.
I'm gonna be so for real. I don't feel like I started seeing shit about how the summer I turned pretty until season 3. Like, I do not remember seeing shit about this show
and the beginning of season 3 to catch up, even though this season by far has been the most rage inducing thing. It makes me want to rip my TV off the wall. I think it has been the most entertaining and full season this far. Obviously, with it being the last season, there won't be another season, which is
like so bad that it's so good, I guess. I don't know.
Again, also because of the 4-year time jump between season 2 and season 3, we are able to see more of like a development and different side of the characters, especially Conrad, who so far has definitely owned this season. Every episode is literally just him getting his heart broken. You better believe
So-
people everywhere are like in tears over this man.
What are these family
including me.
reunions like?
So there are 3 episodes left at the time of filming, and I think they're going to leave everyone in ruins, and I'm really looking forward to them. Question in the comments today is, have you seen The Samurai Turn Pretty, and what are your thoughts so far? Thank you so much for Mantis Sleep for sponsoring.
Here's a clip from the show.
A mistake?
Yes.
Like what? Like you tripped and you fell on top of her naked? What? I want to know exactly what did you do? I want to know what you did.
Sometimes that happens.
We had sex.
Fuck you.
Look, it didn't mean anything to me. I swear.
It
I
means
swear to
something
you.
to me, okay? You know that I've only ever been with one other person.
Your brother.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, is that what it's in reference to? You know I've only been with one other person and it's his brother?
You ruined everything. I'll never trust you again.
Bells, please don't say that. I love you so much. It's always been you, Bells.
I can't
please.
get it back. Whatever we were, it's gone. We lost it.
No, we can.
We
Yes,
lost
we
it
can.
when
We
I-
can get it back.
No, we can't. No, I don't even know who you are anymore.
Belly, wait.
Run, girl, and never look back. Keep running.
It was a mistake.
A mistake?
So in the book, they never have sex, but she changed it in the show, which makes it so messy. That is so fucking messy. That is so messy. Wait, they got engaged like right after this? Oh, God. Good Lord. Yeah, I just have to say too, I'm sorry, but Belly, terrible name. Terrible name to say, especially during sex. Like, ooh, Belly. That's right. You know, it's not good. Not good. Like, that is not, like, let me rub your belly, Belly. I've never seen this show, but this was funny. Here's the cast of Never Have I Spent the Winter with the Romano Brothers.
And we're the cast of Never Have I Spent the Winter with the Romano Brothers.
Can we get it?
I mean, I'd say Team Sam. Team Lorenzo, because I know he's the right guy for Gigi.
In Switzerland.
Did you hear the question right?
Like the neutral country.
Oh.
Team Gigi. She needs to look out for herself.
I didn't mean to tell you about it. I thought you knew.
It was like a really
Yeah.
long day for us. We were there.
We joked around a lot on set that day. The tone was different. For sure.
It's different. Breaking down and really showing her true.
I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Got ice cream that day. I was out getting ice cream. We just all clicked right away. It was so easy. Character, he's such a goof. I couldn't sit still and start putting one chip on there. Hold out. We were. Turn your phone off. Turn it off.
Really open doors.
Oh, hey.
Haven't even seen these press thing, but I know this is exactly what it is.
Hey guys, how's it
We
going?
miss you. We miss you.
We've been renewed for season 2.
Oh God, now Jen is sending me like a bunch of TikToks and, and screenshots of her friends' group message about the show. Apparently my mom, she watched it every Wednesday and my mom would be like, is it over yet? Is it done? Here, I need you to see the ring that he proposed with. Ah! What? What? Ain't no way. The way it's thinner than his frames? Bro, I can't even. Excuse me. Yeah, my mom does not approve of the show. Excuse me. You need to put on the glasses for this. You need the binoculars. What? I mean, and his dad is rich? What the hell? That looks like it looks like a tiny little wishbone. Can he even see it? What was she like? What if she was like, are you practicing for when you bring the ring out? Are you practicing for when you bring the ring out to me? Wait, Jen, if you're watching my stream, you have to put the TikTok. You have to put the TikTok in my stream link because I can't click on it on my phone and then show it on stream. In the scene before he proposes, he literally did not need to put on his glasses to get it. He put on his glasses so that he could see it. Yeah, you know, look, I am not a ring elitist. Okay. And in fact, I think big rings are gross and very gauche, but I gotta be so for real. This ain't it, especially knowing this dude. Come on. That is not enough. Let's go. Bio drummer, thank you for the 7 months. Here's one.
Jared, you're never gonna believe it, but
okay, I have to move on from this soon because I've watched so much. I'll
Hey.
just watch.
what's wrong? Are you sick?
Pretending to sleep.
No, I'm not sick. I'm just a fucking idiot, and I'm not graduating.
Not graduating? What do you mean?
I went to go get my cap and gown, and my name wasn't on the list.
What you say? Oh, when you're leaving.
Okay, look, you know I love Jared, all right? But Adam is stuck paying a whole extra semester of tuition because Jared didn't bother to read an email.
Yeah, well, it must be.
Okay, Jen Kwan link to TikTok. Okay, wait. Hold on. This is how it should end. How I think it should end. Belly realizes she picked the wrong brother. Conrad finds out Jer cheated and goes to find Belly. They plot and invite Jeremiah for a swim. Jeremiah is so happy, but not for long. They drown him. Cameron is seen riding a whale. Steven and Taylor forget their cheating ways and get back together. Laurel brings Susanna back with the power of summer. Wait, do we have a sapphic relationship in The Summer I Turned Pretty? A song from TS12 starts playing. Belly and Conrad get married. Everyone cheers. 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 Wow. Okay, I mean, I think that sounds about right. Do you get it now? I do understand. I think I have seen the entire show. Like I get the entire thing. Say my name and everything just stops. I dreamed about this. Wait, Jen, did Dad watch this with you?
I dream about this.
Did Dad watch this with you? That would be... Dad was like, did she choose the older brother yet? I had to watch this with my dad on Saturday. I was forced by my family. I gotta be so for real. It might be worse than having, okay, Charlie Kirk Memorial. Your family tells you, we're sitting down, we're watching the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Or your family says, we're sitting down and we're watching The Summer I Turned Pretty together. I don't know. Neither seems ideal. He didn't watch that scene. Okay. But he's seen enough. Did I ever tell you one time my dad knew that I had watched? My dad is very funny this way. Like he also does not get awkward about anything. I saw Black Swan in theaters with my dad. I saw Black Swan and he just doesn't get phased. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like, oh, so awkward. My dad knew that I had been a Desperate Housewives fan. And so when I went to college, he also binges TV more than anybody I know because he does not sleep. When I went to college, he wanted something, I guess, to, I don't know, remind remind him of me. It's like I liked the show. I wasn't like a massive stan. And so he watched all of Desperate Housewives, and he would call me and he would like to talk about the show, which is very funny and very sweet. Yeah. I was like, honestly, I wouldn't even remember things because it had been a while since I had seen it. I was like, this is way fresher in your mind. Okay, so mom still covers her eyes during sex scenes. Oh, I know. She still will say sex. If my mom walked in when Jen or whoever was watching this show and she saw that scene, she'd be like, what is going on? What is this? What you're watching? Is this what? Does anybody read books in this house? Does anybody? This is why everything has gone to hell. This is, of course, Taylor would lease her music to this show because it's so popular and it's good. Like, it's a smart business decision considering the fact that apparently everybody and their dads watch this show. Everyone and their dads. Rexona, thank you for the 5 months. Why do parents always walk in during sex scenes? It's a law of nature, I think. There is something about the laws of nature where your parents always walk in at the worst times. They just somehow know to walk in at they do it on purpose. I believe that too. I believe just so they can be like, what are you watching? This is not okay. Have you seen what the girls are playing on their phones though? Oh yeah, no, the Love and Edge of Continuum. Of course. Everybody's just horny out here, right? Everybody, here's what the conclusion is. Everyone is even if you're like that's not me. No, girls absolutely can have hobbies for sure. No, I support the hobbies. I do. Okay, that was a good little side quest. So I am now informed on apparently the biggest show in the world. Biggest show in the world that everybody's been watching, except for me. But now I'm Team Jeremiah. Mom finding the Harry Styles smut. I did tell that story, but in case you weren't here when I told that story, my little sister, not the one who's in chat, was very into One Direction. Obsessed. And when she was 12, she was reading Afters, which is the fan fiction erotica about Harry Styles, I think, is specifically. And she was reading it on my parents' iPad, on their iPad, because she didn't have her own. And she left it on the iPad, and my mom went to use the iPad, and she saw it right there, front page, as to what her 12-year-old daughter was reading. And of course, she freaked out, was like, you're never going to be raptured. And so she went to confront Cece, and Cece said it was the most embarrassing conversation she's had to have ever. And my mom was like, what is going on? This is not okay. And I asked Cece, I was like, so did you finish reading it? She was like, duh. I just made sure not to leave it open on the iPad next time. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Mom, this is the good shit. Mother, maybe you would loosen up a little bit. Maybe if you just read stuff like this yourself. All right, gotta work in the AM. Good night, y'all. Hope the rapture was fun. No, it was not fun, which is why I came back. It was the most annoying people ever. And that's why I took one look. Vibes were rancid. Vibes were so bad. And I was like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, so let's talk about.
This is not.
Let's talk about all of.
I figured I would just.
This is not something that would have been up.
Happening.
I figured.
Stop, please. My computer is possessed. I had my friend's mom growing up write down the page numbers in Breaking Dawn that included the sex scenes so I could avoid them. Oh, wow. What a generous thing. So you definitely didn't know exactly where they were. Exactly. Anon, thank you for the gifted sub to my sister who's apparently not supporting the stream like that. Okay. Alrighty. So as I have already made mention to, there is a psychosis that is happening. And no, it is not everyone who is obsessed with The Summer I Turned Pretty. It is a religious psychosis. And what I have been seeing is, of course, rapture talk. Everybody's talking about the rapture. It didn't happen today, but it will happen. Live every day like it's your last. But also surrounding Charlie Kirk, there has been an increase. Not that it was invented, not that this first became a thing after Charlie Kirk has died, but I think it has reached an all-time heights. And that is the AI generated clips and images of Charlie Kirk with Jesus. We've got Charlie Kirk wrapped in an American flag shroud as Jesus holds him. We have pictures of Charlie holding his MAGA hat, standing next to Jesus in heaven. There is a lot. And it's not just your weird aunt on Facebook who is generating these images and sharing them. They are playing clips. AI clips of Charlie Kirk in heaven at huge mega church services. It's really fucking strange. And I think it's only making people crazier. So let's talk about it.
I would just start off by talking a little bit more about Charlie Kirk, but not the drama that's been ensuing. I feel like other people are better equipped to talk about all the cancellations that are going on right now. I wanted to talk specifically about how conservative Christian churches are handling what happened last week, because the obligatory thing I feel like I have to say,
and by handling, they're even crazier than you thought they were.
Which is true, is that what happened to him should not have happened. I didn't want that to happen. I think Elie Mystal, I mentioned this last week, Elie Mystal of The Nation said it well. I wanted to see Charlie Kirk grow old and watch everything he worked for crumble. That would have been the ideal situation. But the thing that Jack Jenkins...
I saw a tweet, and I'm just saying I saw this tweet. Okay, I saw a tweet that said, Charlie Kirk is even more annoying now that he's dead than when he was alive. And I'm just saying that this is a tweet that I saw. And I think it is in reference to how fucking crazy people are behaving. And not just those who are seizing on the opportunity to push really, really hateful ideology and seize even more power, But like this kind of shit where you have mega churches with gigantic screens playing AI generated clips of Charlie Kirk.
A reporter for Religion News Service pointed out is that over the past week, there have been a lot of memes circulating in conservative Christian circles. I will show you the illustration that went with his article about this, just because it's strange. These are an assortment of AI images.
I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna say it. Here's the thing about AI generated images, and not just ones of Charlie Kirk with Jesus. They don't look good. They look so stupid. Now, what are we doing? They look so stupid. This picture here where he's supposed to be like a little baby, like an adult baby in this American flag onesie being held by Jesus, it doesn't even look cool. They also make his face normal, and I think that's an insult to his memory. I think giving Charlie Kirk teeth that were and gums that were not his is actually desecrating his image. This actually feels mean. It feels mean that they are using AI to like chatify him.
That have been
is all I'm gonna say. Yesifying him.
Conservatives.
There's an AI Charlie Kirk on Cameo. Of course there is. Of course. There's an AI Charlie Kirk on Cameo, and you know people are paying for it. You know that like someone who can't figure it out for themselves are paying the $10 or however much it is.
Cases, and this one at the bottom left, where it's Kirk and Martin Luther King and Abe Lincoln, because, you know, they were all assassinated for basically the same thing, or so we are told. You also, if I remove myself here, you got...
There's also this thing, and I've talked about it before. There is this weird ass thing people do. Whenever someone dies, it doesn't matter who they are. They love to generate images of them in heaven with other people who have died, even when it makes no sense whatsoever. Like Ozzy Osbourne hanging out with RBG. Why the fuck would Ozzy Osbourne be with Ruth Bader Ginsburg just because they're two people who have died? That's the only thing they have in common, is that they're both dead. That's the only thing. Yeah. Both RBG love dank music. Yeah.
Charlie hanging out with Jesus because, of course, he's comforting on the upper right. He's comforting that Ukrainian woman who was assaulted. Was she killed? I believe she was killed.
Also, the other thing, okay, I know I'm trying to make sense of the nonsensical. Okay, so putting Charlie Kirk in a picture with Martin Luther King Jr., who Charlie Kirk disparaged. Charlie Kirk disparaged MLK when he was alive. So I guess what the person is saying, whoever like would generate an image like that, is they think that both of these people are great. Like there is almost a likening of them and almost a almost like an endorsing, I guess. So it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
By a man on the subway. You got Kirk and the Pope, the previous Pope, and hey, another run-in with Jesus. Okay. I get that people do this every time anyone dies for any reason. They want to make it look like everything is great, and that's they're doing fine in the afterlife. Whatever. It's weird because those people seem to think that Charlie Kirk only ever said wonderful things about faith and free speech and literally nothing else, because they get so mad. At least I have seen this online. They get so mad anytime people quote or show clips of things Kirk actually said. because he has a few different personas when he's going out. He has the debate me, I want to debate your civil rights, and this is fun, and it's all a sport for him. And this is what he was doing at the university when he got killed.
White Grizzly, thank you for 24
That's
months.
one aspect of him. When he's speaking to a...
Have you seen the AI Kirk memorial fountains? I've seen... The thing is, too, is that there's stuff that's fake, that's crazy, okay? Stuff that's like AI generated, that's crazy. And then there's stuff that's real, that's also crazy. Like Trump saying that we're going to make Charlie Kirk a national holiday, that they passed the Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day, right? With flying colors. That like there's going to be, I saw one person be like, we should do a Charlie Kirk coin. It just keeps going. The statue in the college.
Christian audience, he has a different persona where he talks about how awesome Jesus is. And he just talks about family and like only straight families are awesome and everyone should have a straight cisgender family with like 2.5 bathrooms and 2.5 kids and
Charlie
whatever.
Kirk pump
But
and
then
dump
you have
crypto.
the part where it's just like his show where he knows he's being watched by people who already agree with him. And this is where he said a lot of the things, whether it's on his show or podcast he appeared on, he says a lot of the things that people on the left are like, oh, these are horrible, horrible things you are saying. That you don't feel safe flying in a plane if there's a
Did you
black...
see Ted Lieu flip out when someone questioned why he voted to remember Kirk? Yes. Pro-genocide, pro-Israel Ted Lieu.
black pilot because you don't trust they know how to do their job. I'm paraphrasing. Or other situations where he said black women who climbed to the top of their ranks, people like Ketanji Brown Jackson, weren't really qualified to hold those jobs. They don't really have the brain power that someone like Brett Kavanaugh might have. Listen, there's no shortage of awful things he said. And there's no shortage of like things he said that in any other context, if a pastor said it, you'd be like, yeah, that's what I expect a Christian to say. But it is.
He has clips in this of the mega church using AI generated clips of Charlie. Oklahoma's Ryan Walters announced his plan to establish Turning Point chapters at all state high schools. Oh, I'm aware. And here's the thing, y'all. It's like we are laughing because it's all so crazy. And I just, I can, but also can't believe that all of this is happening. And it's so stupid. But at the same time, don't forget, don't like wave off the seriousness of how Charlie Kirk's project, which was Turning Point USA, which grew to be like a $400 million, funded to the tune of $400 million. And that Republican mega donors have already pledged to double their donations to it. His project, which was very effective, which was effective, especially with bringing young people over to the ultra-nationalist Christian MAGA right, is going to be continued. Erica Kirk, CEO, female CEO, who says women should be mothers and wives, women belong in the kitchen. Female CEO who has 3 degrees, including a PhD, is going to keep running Turning Point USA. And then you have people like Stephen Miller who are, out there at the Charlie Kirk Memorial giving Goebbels like speeches, who are utilizing this to keep pushing Project 2025, and how then those who remain at Turning Point USA are using this to keep pushing the project that Charlie Kirk was a part of. So it's unfortunately not just the psychosis, as the religious psychosis that results in generating AI clips of Charlie Kirk with Jesus. It is a continuation of this very dangerous political project.
Weird to watch people on the right only reflect on only the good things he said while pretending that it's a horrible, horrible thing to point out. He had a much broader... what he left behind was a much broader and controversial legacy. Like, people are not mad at him because he liked to debate. They're not mad at him because he was a conservative. There are plenty of those to go around. People didn't like him on the left in general because he said a lot of racist, bigoted things against
Oh, you can't say that. You're not allowed to say that.
trans people, against black people, LGBTQ people in general, against atheists, against liberals, against Muslims. I mean, you name it. If they were on the left, he not just criticized them, he had slurs for them. He said really controversial, awful things about them. But of
Luckily,
course,
Bro's
if
a
you mention
YouTuber, but
that
also
on social media, how many states have there been recently? I mean, I know Oklahoma is one where Ryan Walters literally sent out an email saying, here's the snitch line, where if you see a teacher saying something mean about Charlie on social media, let me know and I will have them fired. And of course, this is going on in the government and wherever conservatives who are against cancel culture, or so we are told, are like, how do I cancel people who didn't like Charlie? Anyway, that's why the AI images are weird. They suggest that he was a martyr in the same sense that MLK was, or Abraham Lincoln, or John F. Kennedy, or whatever.
I feel like the flood of AI videos is also kind of a way to make people doubt the real clips of the hateful stuff he said. Yes, there's a lot of erasing and rewriting what Charlie Kirk's legacy was and the things that he said and the way that he said them. And there is like an attempt to turn him into a messianic figure. And there are people who genuinely have like religious beliefs, but that have been so twisted into religious beliefs being used to dehumanize and strip people of their civil liberties. But then there are others who they just use the religious power in this country to push what they want as well. Like they have allied themselves. And so yes, I think AI videos are people who just they got nothing going on up here. Okay. Their brain is just nothing, but also those who are attempting to cynically like whitewash his legacy and to use him as this Messiah like figure to keep pushing their hateful shit. And they are calling him a martyr. They're treating him as a martyr, as like, the figurehead of their cause. Because if you can't criticize, if you cannot correctly identify how said martyr is not messianic, did not actually preach love and the other tenets of true Christianity, if you're not allowed to say those things, then they can just keep pushing forward more figures and a continuation of the ideology that Charlie Kirk believed. It's very dangerous, but also too strange to take seriously. Like, it was designed in a lab to drive people crazy. I always say, like, it's so unserious, but because it's so unserious, it is very serious.
But the most egregious version of this, I'm going to play you a clip in just a second.
Okay, this is wild.
What Jack Jenkins of Religion News Service found was that over this past weekend, a few different churches played the same clip of Charlie Kirk speaking from the afterlife. And how did they get this clip? Well, they all told their congregation up front, this is AI generated.
That is so awful that that it has to be said like, this is AI generated.
So like, we know it's fake, but also we're still going to play it for you because it sounds like something he would have said. So let me play for you one of these.
Did you know Erica
clips.
was a part of the Trump's beauty pageants?
From
yes.
Pastor Jack Graham, who runs a mega church in Plano, Texas. He runs Prestonwood Baptist Church. And this is what it looked like at his church. This is what he did.
Have you
over
seen
the
that
weekend.
video compilation of conservative Christians being
David
sketched?
McKinley just sent me a clip. I think it was created. I know it was created on AI, artificial intelligence, from the words of Charlie Kirk. I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't. But I want you to watch this clip and hear what Charlie is saying regarding what happened to him this past week.
I just have to say, too, mega churches are already such are already such a blight on true Christianity, right? These mega churches headed up by leaders like this who are so filthy rich, and who just wield and bastardize Christianity. I mean, it's a fucking scam. It is. It's a scam.
I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it.
I'm sorry. Not because my body is fine. Sorry, it's just...
Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad. It is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never, ever let evil think it won.
That was...
Wow, so moving. So moving. Pick up your cross. Never let evil think that it won. Thank you. Over and out. Back to heaven. Wow. Pick up your cross. You mean the person who at Charlie Kirk's memorial had a cross on wheels? Like, there was something so perfect about that image of, I can't remember who it was, but bearing the cross on stage, and it was a cross that they were wheeling out. Meanwhile, in heaven, things are pretty cool up here.
The end of that clip, and afterwards they gave him like a full 1 minute standing ovation for the AI clip of things Charlie Kirk did not say. And this is what Jack wrote about in
I'll look at
Religion
that
News Service.
compilation
It's unclear where the
afterwards.
video originated, but at least 2 other large evangelical Protestant churches, Dream City Church in Arizona and Awaken Church San Marcos in California, also played it during their services that day. Pastors at both churches made clear the clips were AI. Even so, the segment triggered applause each time.
Did you hear there was a Cubs player that left the team and missed a game to attend the memorial? No. No. Oh my God. This is the cross. Yeah. Someone carrying a massive cross. No, it's on fucking wheels. Okay. This is so embarrassing. Yeah. You know, also the thing about it is like, these people are such phonies because they're all about the spectacle, and they're all about like just gluttonous, over the top, grotesque spectacle. That if you read the Bible, like the parables in the Bible, where Jesus detested he detested the wealthy who like tried to impress him with their gold and their endless money. Like, it was blasphemous. It was totally blasphemous. If you've seen Righteous Gemstones, it's just such a perfect satirical depiction of the mega church life, and just how these people are just capitalists who are taking advantage of people's faith, of wanting to believe, and they're just lining their own goddamn pockets. But that's what this is, with like the WWE style lights, the massive stadium, right? People walking out like they're superstars greeting the crowd. Not gonna lie, I need this at my funeral. And that being said, if this is not how my funeral is, I will haunt the people in my life, okay? If it is not the biggest event in the world, all right? I'm talking fireworks. Yeah, the fireworks on stage during Erica Kirk's speech. I mean, it is so. How do you not see what this is? How do you not see? A camel would sooner pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man enter heaven. Yeah, after a no bag policy was put in place. Oh, no. I saw people on the internet try to say that these were counter protesters who left all this trash. They're like, no. Those were counter protesters. Many people left trash where it was outside of State Farm Stadium. The city of Glendale says they're working to clean up all the debris left behind. Trash has been left all around State Farm Stadium. Yeah, that smart water ain't making these people any smarter.
Just like Charlie would want you to be his mate. We can't continue down this path. We need.
Oh, you're telling me the people who lined up, who came from all over to watch this memorial, had no respect for the sidewalks and the streets? They had no respect, especially being somewhere that is, that they are visitors in, like tailgating before Charlie Kirk's funeral. Oh, Jesus. Pomey, thank you for the 11 months. HP, thank you for the 15. Scruffy, thank you for the prime. Yeah, never taking responsibility. That's how you know a bunch of hogs have been there. leaving trash and filth behind.
It's so strange. I mean, first of all, it feels very much when you see those memes and you watch the reaction to that AI clip, it sounds very much like these people really want to worship an idol, which I don't know. I was told you're not supposed to do that.
Why do you think they're so obsessed with Donald Trump? And they love to do AI images of Donald Trump as Christ. It's not even just Trump with Christ. It's Donald Trump as Jesus Christ.
Unlike a lot of those Christians, I've actually read the 10 Commandments. Who knew? I find it also interesting that you could very easily have just used an actual clip of things Charlie Kirk said during his life to say, like, this is the message he wanted to leave behind. But none of these churches, these three anyway, none of them did that. And I wonder if it's because they really couldn't find any clips that you could play in church for like a minute that are uplifting and positive. Because again, as so many people on the left have pointed out, if you play clips from his podcast, that is not what that dude sounded like. You would have a lot of very bigoted, very racist things mixed in with some of the things you saw in that AI generated clip.
I worked at a mega church in Chicago on the cleaning crew, and people treat the house of God worse than a dumpster.
I am wondering, like, what's the future of this? Where are they going with these AI generated things? What's stopping churches like this?
And let me be clear. Yes, it's crazy how corrupted Christianity has become in this country. It's evangelical Christianity. There is no other political option as an evangelical Christian than being right wing, than being conservative. Like, that is what Turning Point USA, for instance, that's what they preach. It's the nationalists, the ultra nationalists. The Catholics aren't doing much better. It's not to say that in other sects that there are not also, that there are not also right-wing ideologies being pushed. But as far as specifically in this country, the groups that have been over the decades amassing power, installing people in political office, that a lot of a lot of the right wing ideology is being driven from. It's these mega churches, it's these ultra Christian nationalists, extremists.
From at this point, just showing clips of like AI Jesus saying whatever it is conservative Christians want Jesus to say, because that is kind of what they already do, right? Their whole thing is, whatever it is we believe as good Republican Christians, that is what Jesus said. And then you're like, where in the Bible does Jesus talk about, trans people and abortion? And then they're like, shut up, he totally said it. What's stopping them from just AI generating whatever right-wing rant that they wish Jesus had said?
Nothing.
Instead of, all that Sermon on the Mount crap that they don't actually care about. What's stopping them from having AI
Trump is threatened to
videos
sue ABC.
of
We'll
Jesus
talk about
telling
Kimmel
them, I need
after.
you to go out and vote for the Republican members who are running for the school board next week. That is not far away. It's coming. Mark my words. But I guess in some part of me is like, yeah, I guess that is something a church would do, play an AI clip.
Like, I think like 60% of Republicans support Christian nationalism.
Of Charlie Kirk, because what is religion really, if not putting things you believe into the mouth of someone who never said it and isn't around anymore to challenge you on any of it? That is kind of why people go to church, right? It's for a pastor to tell you what Jesus actually said, even though you won't find those quotations in the Bible at this point. And I think in that AI clip, he fake Charlie Kirk talked about how important free speech is. And this is something you also hear from the right, that yes, that is what Charlie Kirk stood for, free speech. We're going to carry on that legacy. And what has the right been doing all week? It's just been nonstop. We are going to get you fired if you don't say something about him that we like. Oh, Jimmy Kimmel said something about his murderer. Well, then we got to get rid of
Jimmy Kimmel versus Charlie Kirk, the great divide.
Kimmel. And we'll use the FCC to do it and threaten ABC for running his show. How many people in government jobs can we get fired because they said on social media something awful? Mind you, a lot of these Republicans in real time say way worse things, because they're not quoting him directly. They say way worse things about like Ilhan Omar, a Muslim congresswoman. They have said racist things about Barack Obama. They say they want to diagnose Joe Biden just because he was slow this one time. I mean, this happens all the time. And it's one thing if you're
if I had $1 for every time their hypocrisy was on display, I'd probably be as rich as these mega church pastors.
Government official doing it. But what you don't see are these actual campaigns to get everybody fired for not joining along with the group thing. But that is what's happening. That's the legacy Charlie Kirk has left on the right, which is, for all the talk about free speech, it's becoming very clear, especially this week, none of these people give a damn about free speech unless it happens to be speech they agree with. So, where are all those right-wing, shock jock, hacky comedians now? How many of them are speaking out in defense of people who are criticizing Charlie Kirk? Because their whole thing is, it's comedy. There are no rules. You can punch any direction you want to. And suddenly it's like, oh, they're going after critics of Charlie Kirk. And a lot of those people on the right are nowhere to be found. I just find that ironic. I don't know. I just wanted to play that clip for you because it's weird. And churches should find it weird.
Oh, this is the
And again,
friendly
even though they're
atheist.
prefacing that particular clip by saying it's AI generated, by the time it's done, they're acting very much like that is something he did say.
Right. That's the thing, is that they just treat this as total truth. Total truth. So it doesn't even matter that people are aware that something is AI generated, because it fulfills their truth. It fulfills their worldview. So it doesn't matter if you go, that's literally fake. That they go, I know that Charlie Kirk didn't come back from the, come down from heaven to speak to us, but that's what he would say.
Or totally would have said, which is something you can only believe if you never listened to what Charlie Kirk said during his life. All right, I will stop there. What questions do we have here before we move on? This is terrifying. yeah, the AI Kirk video is terrifying.
This
and
is
a few
terrifying.
months ago, in a far less serious situation, there were comedians who said, here's an AI comedy hour from George Carlin. Like, they plug George Carlin CDs into an AI chat GPT, whatever, and it spat out what George would have said about what's going on today.
Yeah, that was so blasphemous. I hate that the second I say that I go to church and believe in God, the second people accuse me of being MAGA. Well, unfortunately, because the Christian right has changed and continues to change U.S. politics and how much power they have and how people like Trump keep putting Christian nationalists in key roles. And so, for political matters, they are shoving religious extremism down our throats. Like, a lot of people associate religion in this country, especially Christianity, with the far right because of how much power that they have. And I think it is important for people who are people of faith to keep trying to separate themselves from what this grotesque, monstrous bastardization of faith is. And there are people I follow, like I Am Blakely is a great TikTok creator, and she is a Christian, but she is like, fuck all this shit, and is always calling it out and cutting through the bullshit and identifying as to why it, as to why the far right policies that are being pushed in the name of Jesus is actually an affront to Christianity. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, like that sucks. Like, it really sucks to not be a person who has ascribed to this particular brand of Christian nationalism, right? This is not Christianity. This is Christian nationalism. This is far right extremism. It's like being a Jewish anti-Zionist. Yes, it's like when a genocide is being committed in your name, in the name of Judaism, of everything that really your faith teaches you the opposite of, and how you have to take that back, right? You have to take it back from these opportunistic fucks who are going to keep trying their hardest to use faith as an excuse, as a shield to commit really heinous acts, to strip people of their liberties. And the reason, one reason that they use faith is because they go, look, this is God's plan, right? This has been ordained. This is actually true and moral, what we're doing here, because it's in the name of, it's in the name of this faith. It's very evil. Yes, it's very evil. I mean, I remember like when I was an evangelical Christian for a couple years, because my best friend and her family were, and they kind of adopted me in. I wanted to be a part of their group, and so I'd go to church with them. And even before I had finally been like, I'm done with all this shit, I remember I would hear them say things like political. They were big Bush supporters, huge Bush supporters. I remember that the boys went around and ripped people's Obama signs out of their lawns, and spray painted and did some hooligan shit. But I remember they explained it as like, this is what Jesus would want us to do. And I was a young kid, and I went, really? Okay. Like, why is there a picture of Bush over the dining room table? What does this have to do with Jesus? You were really an evangelical? I was an evangelical. Basically, I thought it was cool because all like the cool popular people were were like part of these youth groups at these evangelical churches. And I really wanted to fit in. And my friends' brothers were very hot and I had crushes on them. And everyone I just thought was so cool. And we would always get Chipotle after we went to church. And my family never fucking did that. And I grew up going to Catholic church. And the sermons were so boring, and my mom always made us sit front row, and we definitely did not get Chipotle burritos afterwards. So yeah, my friend and her really cool family going to this church, having Chipotle, like playing guitars, wearing rainbow sandals. It was the vibe that I thought that I wanted. So yeah, hello. It's called a homily. You know what? Strike me down. So yes, I grew up Catholic, and then in junior high, when I became best friends with this girl, then I went around calling myself Christian. I was an evangelical Christian, and I voted for Bush in our 7th grade mock election, and Bush won in my school, and I was like, that's right. That's what Jesus would have wanted. And then that's why freshman year, I was still kind of high school, I was still kind of shedding the religious elements of my life. And that's why I thought dubstep was like Satan's music. And I didn't swear. I would not even take God's name in vain. I would not say, oh my God. And sophomore year, the evil theater demons took hold of my soul, and I became fully a convert. I became fully a follower of the theater, and I embraced my new role as theater kid. Have you checked up on those people since? Oh yeah. They got like an HGTV show. They're all like interior, like very successful interior designers, still doing their right-wing Christian thing. The last time I talked to this girl was on Facebook. It was over Betsy DeVos when I still was also on Facebook in college, because she had posted something and I was like, you know what? I got time. And I just ripped her a new fucking asshole over Betsy DeVos and what a phony and piece of shit Betsy DeVos was. And then my sisters and my cousins also jumped into the comments. And then she ended with, hope y'all are well. And I said nothing back. And that was it. That was it. And I know for a fact that they're MAGA, that they vote for all of these awful, awful people, because that's what Jesus would do. She thought she cooked with that. Stay prayed up, yo. Stay prayed up. Little does she know that I got raptured today. I ended up being the true believer. Sad History Grad, thank you for the 21 months. Senny, thank you for the 2 months. Okay, so let's see what the hell was going on with the rapture.
No, we will not get another warning, as the world not only has only a few days left on the clock, but God is already here, and repenting now is way too late. People were terrified after South African pastor Joshua Malakela warned of an...
Bro, I can't imagine just going on this is why I need a podcast again, because I need to be able to say something so crazy, and thousands, tens of thousands, I don't know how many people were like, it just causes a commotion, right? It's like an earthquake. I just got to be able to go and say whatever the hell and then see the ensuing chaos.
Omen to happen on September 23rd, and when we hear the Jewish Feast of the Trumpets play, there will be no corner on earth you can hide. Citing verses from Matthew 24:6-7 and Mark 13:7-8 that speaks of wars, rumors of wars, nation rising against nations, kingdoms against kingdoms, alongside famine and earthquakes, and people have already started preparing for...
Apparently when we were in San Francisco, the last night, and I fell asleep at like 2, dead to the world. There was a massive earthquake. Will said that everybody was texting in the group chat, and he said for a second he thought to himself, maybe they were right. Maybe these rapture people actually had it right all along. He said the building was shaking. I don't know if he was being dramatic or not. Maybe he was being dramatic. He said the building was shaking, and he was about to wake me up to be like, we might have to go. There was a rapture quake. And I slept through the whole thing. I did not even stir. I just peacefully slumbered through the rapture quake. Honestly, San Francisco getting raptured first would be pretty funny.
For it. Haunting video.
If you play the TikTok I sent earlier, she just posted a follow-up. This is gonna make me sad. I'm gonna be so
about to crash out. So I am super
I just want to free these people.
And I've been on Rapture Talk for like the past.
Okay, I will say though, every time they say there's a rapture and then there's not a rapture, it does create a crisis of faith. It does create a crisis of faith with quite a few people. And I am here to direct you. I'm here to point you in the right direction.
I don't know, hour? First of all,
she got convinced solely because of TikTok.
Are we not scared?
Come on. Oh.
To think that if the rapture is happening, if the rapture is gonna happen in a few days, but they say it's gonna happen, that means I only have a few days left with my kids.
So then don't believe it. Don't believe it, man.
The rapture isn't gonna happen. Can you imagine? Like, what if you really did only have a few days left with your kids?
Wait, does she not think she's gonna be with her kids? I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I'm literally crashing out right now. What the fuck?
It's whatever TikTok told her. How did this happen? Who started this rumor? It was a South African. It was a South African priest.
No, we will not get another warning.
It was this guy. Hold on. This guy.
Allah warned of an eerie omen to happen on September 23rd.
This is why I'm like, it's just some guy. It's just some guy who's like, September 23rd. That's when it's happening. That's when it's going on. Okay, here's her follow-up. Please tell me that she has freed herself.
To explain this to you. I'm Hannah. I have bipolar and severe depression. Imagine that. Imagine freaking that, okay? I also probably have undiagnosed ADHD, but that's beside the point here. Before today, when I was completely reassured, I questioned if I was good enough. I know my kids are going. I know they are. Okay, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried. I was worried that everyone was gonna go and I was gonna be stuck here. Did it happen? No. Is it gonna happen?
Wait, I'm neurodivergent and a minor? What is that?
Happen someday? Yes. Is it gonna be in my lifetime? I kind of hope so. Honestly, I hope so.
Wait,
because
you want it to happen in your lifetime? No.
I don't want to have to keep suffering through pain and grief and mental health. That's such a real thing. And then people like you guys are so lucky that I'm mentally
Oh, it's a meme.
Okay.
I see.
Because of God. Because if I wasn't, your comments would literally have me in a mental institution because you guys are so awful. Maybe not you specifically, not you.
Oh, we need healthcare, man. We need healthcare. People need their needs met, man. No.
I'm gonna single you this comment out specifically. But every single video that I've posted, people just keep coming and coming and coming and coming, and they're like, "Girl, you still here?" Yes, I'm still here. But you know what? It's gonna happen. It's gonna come one day. And everybody that's talking shit now, you're really, really, really gonna regret talking so much shit.
No, having undiagnosed ADHD is not besides the point. It's probably a contributing factor to why she hyperfixated on this and believed it. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Jen from I've Had It podcast had
and
a
you
great
mentioned
summary.
some of the Christo-fascism of this administration. I want to play this clip from Charlie.
Let me finish this video and then I'll watch Jen afterwards. It genuinely causes me pain. Now, not every person who's like, not every person is that woman where she has mental illness and, you know, some diagnosed it seems, but also some maybe not. And she doesn't seem to be getting the help that she needs for it. And so a platform like TikTok is bad for her. A platform like TikTok where people are saying all sorts of things, like all fucking sorts of things, and take advantage of people like this and convince them that like the world is falling apart, that hell is here. And she has children too. I mean, this is like, it's a sad, like that woman, that is a sad situation. That is a sad situation. She said she was bipolar, right? Hyperspirituality is very common for people with a mood disorder. I've known many. Yes. And she also mentioned ADHD.
Third, and when we hear the Jewish Feast of the Trumpets play, there will be no corner on earth you can hide. Sites and people have already started preparing for it. Haunting videos show people throwing out their clothes, selling their homes and cars, quitting their jobs, saying they will no longer need their belongings very soon, to many developing mass hysteria, laughing and rejoicing, saying they will finally get to be with the ones they love. With many religious experts giving instructions on what to do when getting raptured, what signs to look for, and many others yelling they wish it could come faster. However, other religious experts cite the Bible actually tells us we won't know the actual rapture date, and this pastor might just want attention.
Yeah, trip tips. Trip tips.
Trip tip number 5.
I'm sorry. It's like if you put this on mute and no captions, you would think it's like trip tips for when you take mushrooms. When it's like, hey, are you doing acid for the first time? Let me give you some tips. Okay, you're probably going to want a nice quiet place. You're probably not going to want to have anything around you that's going to make you spiral out when you're in the midst of your trip. All right, maybe have some nice music, maybe some coloring books, some yummy snacks. Be with people who've been through this before.
When you finally start moving up into the air, I recommend that you don't hold on to anything. I definitely don't recommend looking down. I think we learned that lesson from Lot's wife.
When you start ascending into the air, I recommend you don't hold on to anything. What? Don't hold on to anything, bro.
Okay. Just keep calm. Take a deep breath. Slowly release it and keep your face looking upwards. And pray you're not.
I just don't understand how this lady has tips. Was she raptured once already and kicked out? You know what? That's a good point. How do you have trip tips? How do you have trip tips? This isn't my first rapture. First time?
Are y'all also on the side of TikTok where Christians think the rapture's happening on the 23rd of this month because the Israeli government is sacrificing?
Yeah, also, if you're a Bible-believing Christian, why are you trying to guess when the day of reckoning is happening? Like the guy says, it says in the Bible that you're not supposed to know. That's why there is the whole live every day like it's your last, because you don't know when the rapture is happening.
Bunch of red heifers and then going on to the mountain blowing trumpets, which signals the end times.
So I told you guys that every day I'm doing something to prep my home for whoever's here.
Should I give some tips?
After the rapture. So let me show you what I did today. So it's just like a little flow.
Here's my tip. Make sure that you go to the bathroom because you don't know how long it's going to take, and you don't know what the bathroom situation is going to be like. I think this is honestly something that applies to everything in life, rapture or no rapture. Always make sure that you go to the bathroom when you can, because You don't know when the next time you can go will be. You don't know how long the lines are going to be. Okay? You don't want to be stuck in that situation.
Which are, these are things like based on, I can't really say, but.
Bro, based on, this is the Left Behind.
You know, versus the seals or trumpets.
This book did so much damage.
It's not even
The
worth
book
showing
series.
you the rest of the clip because honestly, you're not going to be able to make heads or tails of it unless you are lost in that sauce. You know what I mean? These people voted. These people are running our government right now.
Crazy ass Christians coming on the internet thinking there's going to be a rapture in 2 days, bro. I hope there's a rapture. I hope, because the way that y'all Christians been moving since the Crusades, if there is a rapture, it's only going to be 30 of y'all who get welcomed into God's kingdom. And it's going to be 30 women of color.
Okay,
He's like, y'all are so fucking annoying. I hope it happens. And just know it's not going to be you. It is not going to be you.
I'm not gonna lie, I am nervous about the rapture. If you grew up Pentecostal or...
Hassan watched the Left Behind movie. I'm guessing he had never seen it. Had he heard of it? I have seen the Left Behind movie. I have also read the series. I read the Left Behind series and also watched the movie. You watched? Did I not just tell you my lore? No, it was not. It was not, ironically. Yes, there's a series. It's a whole ass book series. He said he finally understood why American atheists are so annoying. It was such an anti-Semitic movie. Of course it was. Of course it was. That's why you have all these fuck-ass Christian Zionists. Because they're like, yeah, all the Jews back in the promised land. Then the rapture's happening and fuck all y'all. Like, the reason that the biggest group of Zionists are Christian Zionists is because of these deranged religious beliefs that are anti-Semitic. Lucifer was an Israeli
You're
Russian
probably
guy.
feeling that too, I hope. I hope I'm not the only one. I keep thinking, like, what if I'm wrong? What if they were right? What if I was lucky enough to be born in the right religion? And I just rejected it. Like, my entire childhood is just rapture trauma. It's the reason I can't plan ahead. It's the reason I can't save money. The rapture could come. And I knew from the moment I was born that I was not going to be among the elect. I was not going to get raptured because I was too far gone when I was.
You got to free yourself. You got to free yourself. Rapture trauma. Look, I get it. Religious trauma. Who doesn't have it? Okay. Who does not have, whomst amongst us does not have religious trauma? Unfortunately, that's a big part of religion in this world is the way that religion is wielded and forced upon us. Like, it's so crazy to me that my friends that I went to college with who are no longer practicing Catholics and have said a bunch of shit about the Catholic institution and just how they wish that, like, I don't know, like, recognizing that they didn't have a choice being baptized and being forced into it. Now that they have children, they're baptizing their children. I'm like, what's going on? What's happening? You guys are just doing this because this is how you were raised. Because you leave college and then you eventually end up back home and you're by your families. And that influence on you, I guess, is still so strong that now here I see pictures of you posting on Instagram of your child being baptized. It's tradition. But why? It doesn't have to be. You don't even, like, as far as I knew, you didn't even believe in this. Just in case. It really does. Will and I were I told him, I was like, we have to stop staying up till 6 in the morning talking about things like religion. But that was one thing we talked about the other night, is how it is a cultural thing too, that even people who really don't believe, they don't go to church anymore, they're not like they're not followers, it's still cultural. It's still a like, oh, there's pressure to say, like, depending on who you're around or what environment you're in, pressure to like say that you have faith, or that you have whatever, oh yeah, I'm Christian, yada yada, and to follow in the footsteps of your parents in raising your children that way. And I do think that there are a lot of people who go, just in case, well, like, I don't know, but also maybe. And so just to dot my I's and cross my T's, And also because they don't want to have to deal with, Will said to me, he was like, okay, if you're in North Carolina where his parents live, and there's a lot of old, rich white people who also are religious. He's like, if somebody asks you if you're religious, like if you go to church, what do you say? I'm like, no. Why would I say anything other than no? And he's like, because you don't want to have to deal with it, because you don't have to deal with them then, asking the questions and kind of having... that he sees it as it's easier to just be like, yep, woman of faith, than to say no, because that's like not normal, that it's cause for then further questioning, that then they try to that then they just won't leave you alone. I'm like, well, then you walk away. Then you go, sorry, I think somebody called my name. But I thought that was interesting because I've not looked at it that way. I've not thought to myself like, oh, it's just, because culturally so many people, even if they aren't devout followers, still are culturally religious. Like it is just this normal thing. And so if you outright say no, then it like will shock people and they don't like it. I agree with Will. I had a teacher shame me in 9th grade and then interrogate me in front of the whole class because I said I wasn't religious, but I believe in God. That's what you just, none ya. You say none ya. They're like, what does that mean? You're like, none ya damn business.
5 years old, or whenever was the first I could remember, I guess 3.5. I remember hearing them talking about the rapture and thinking, well, I'm screwed.
Yes, because Americans still conflate religion with morality. Absolutely. And I think I think that is the case. I think that there is still this ingrained belief that being a person of faith, belonging to religion, whether it's more cultural or not, is a sign of morality. Right?
I just have to show you what I saw so we could both be caught up to
Okay, I
speed
really have to
exactly what's happening there. Me and you, we're different. We're different kinds of guys, obviously. We know different things. We're different kinds of girls. We're different kinds of non-binary people, whatever you may be, whatever your preferred flavor of toast is. People are buzzing online right now because a South African pastor, I believe Joseph Malekela, I believe that's his name, claims Jesus appeared to him in a vision and told him that the rapture will happen on September 23rd through the 24th of 2025. This is coinciding with the Feast of Trumpets, Rosh Hashanah. This has lit up TikTok. It has completely destroyed it. I have seen hundreds of videos just overall. It's on YouTube. It's all over social media. People are posting dreams, lunar events, star constellations, signs in the heavens, all tied together like a spiritual jigsaw. Some are terrified. Some are excited. Most are just looking for meaning. But there are many, many red flags, the kind of red flags that show up time and time again in prior failed predictions. One of these prior cases, you may not remember. Oh, you may not remember. This is my favorite one. Harold Camping. Oh, you probably don't remember Harold Camping. Camping was famous for doing this exact kind of world prophecy projection, reading the Bible numerology, picking dates.
Yeah, that's a guy I look at him, I go, I don't trust you.
Based on what he and his followers claimed were spiritual signs and patterns. People were getting hype, spending huge sums on ads. I think it was the biggest ad campaign in history. I think it was insane. Telling people's lives will change drastically. Encourage people to quit their job.
Somehow there's always money involved. Somehow. Hear me out. The rapture did happen and no one was raptured because no one is worthy. You know? Something to consider.
On property, Camping predicted extensively that the rapture judgment day would be May 21st, 2011. You probably don't even remember this, do you? You have no idea about that. Followed by the destruction
every
of
time.
the world, October 21st, 2011. Yeah, you probably have no idea. That's why I'm showing it on screen. You have no clue about this. Probably had no idea about this. Probably didn't even remember this. When May 21st passed, nothing of the physical sort happened. Obviously, because we're still here. Then Camping shifted the claim to October, said maybe it was a spiritual judgment. This resulted in a lot of disappointment, loss of credibility, financial loss, and a lot of people feeling misled and manipulated. The same thing is going to happen in 2 to 3 days. But now, juxtaposed to what's happening with the September 2025 claim, the new prediction leans heavily on celestial and calendar alignment. Now, I want to point something out very important. Time.
Yeah, like this. Apparently, this woman who's convinced she's being raptured tomorrow sold her house on Facebook Marketplace. Man, I need to check Facebook Marketplace more. I'm missing out on some. I'm missing out on some gems. And the girl who bought it was like, just so y'all know, I'm not giving her house back when she doesn't get raptured. And this girl who was like, yeah, don't care.
A human construct. The universe in totality does not function on time, period. It just doesn't. I want to point that out as a base thing. The universe cares so little about time. Did you know that time, the concept, bends around black holes? That is how deeply the universe doesn't care about time. That's science, mind you. That's physics. This is a real fact. So
how else are people our age supposed to get a house? Yeah, the only way to get a house these days is to hope that you can get one off Facebook Marketplace because someone who thinks they're going to get raptured sells it.
The Feast of Trumpets.
Mike
the
Robot,
blood
thank you for the
moon,
9 months.
The
Hogan, thank you for the
the
gifted.
star constellation dreams and vision experiences. It feels like an update or remix to what's been done many times before. Pick a significant religious holiday plus astronomical anomalies plus a prophecy or vision. Combine them and amplify them via social media. There's nothing new here. Nothing new, just new packaging. And it's powerful because many people want to believe. They want justification for all the bad things happening in their life, and a lot of bad things are happening in a lot of people's lives. They want to believe the unknown, the cosmic, the spiritual. These are big levers for hope, fear, identity, and community. But here's where the hope.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, okay? And I feel that there's so much here. There's so much here to dive into about, wait, Kimmel is crying? Shut the fuck up. Jimmy Kimmel started crying. Dog, I can't keep defending this man. I can't keep Okay, anyway, we'll look at the Jimmy Kimmel updates after we finish Rapture. Okay, anyway. So one reason too that I think this kind of thing is so appealing to people is because the idea is that your mortal life doesn't matter, right? That it's just but a blip. It's merely a moment. in the infinite. And what matters is your eternal life. And that is what people spend their mortal lives ensuring for themselves, that they and their loved ones will be eternally together, and it'll be wonderful. And there will be, whether you're Mormon and you think you have your own planet, or like, I don't know, there's Labubu's everywhere, whatever it is this belief that our lives here are insignificant and don't matter because it's like 2 seconds. But it's also, yeah, it makes them feel special, not like a rotting meat bag in the void. But also, like, it can make you not fight for a better life now for yourself and for everyone because of this idea that, I'll have it in the afterlife. And it makes people complacent, and it makes them not, it makes them not a threat as well to people in power, where it's like, yeah, I don't think everything is so great, but it's okay because it will be great. We just have to get there. And it's a form of control, right? These religious institutions and individuals who utilize faith as a way to, as a way to enrich in themselves, like, it is about control. Religion is a form of control. And that, to me, the control, the power, the institutional power is very different from being a person of faith. And like, I will, I have said before, if you believe whatever you believe, if you are religious, as long as you have a healthy relationship with that, as long as you don't use that as a means to oppress others or to buy into the bullshit of people in power who are causing great harm to our society, then that's okay. Like, being normal about it. But I also, I really believe, like, no matter what you believe in, you should never look at our current world as not worthy of fighting for now, despite thinking that, yeah, like, no matter if you believe, yes, our lives are on the timeline, on the space and time continuum, it is a speck, but it's very important. It's very important to fight for that speck to be better than it is now. And for those that come after us, to not leave them a world that is very real, that is the here and now, that is just in tatters, that we've destroyed it to the point and that we don't care for whatever reasons. Freaking love my spec.
Or at least a deep scam comes in. These predictions always start with zero verifiable mechanisms. Period. There's no spiritual proof, no scientific proof,
like
no
Tolkien said, it's important
verification,
with what you do with the
no
time that we
consistent
have.
Textual support.
Yes.
The vision is subjective. The signs are completely interpretive. The blood moon could mean many things or nothing, to be quite honest with you.
Because what we know for sure, absolutely, is what's happening right now, is what we see happening around us. And a lot of it's not great. A lot of it is not good. And it is important in the here and now, in this reality here, to go, no, I don't think so. This is not how it should be. And this is not how we can let it continue to be.
And then when the date falls, the narrative shifts.
Lynette, thank you for the
what's gonna
prime.
happen? They're going to say, come back to this video, by the way. 2 days, come back. They're gonna say it was spiritual. We misinterpreted the heavens, or we still need to be ready. But maybe the date was symbolic. This is exactly what camping did. Harold Camping.
And because we feel such a lack of control, we let others have control over us. We let others have control over us because we feel such a lack of control. But one way to feel some control so that we don't hand it over to people who seek to abuse that is to take care of the people around us, is to improve our communities, do what we can for those who are in our vicinity. And so no matter what you believe in, no matter what faith, what religion you have, that you belong to, I think that is a universal tenet that we should all abide by, is that we should all, in the span of our lives, take care of the people who are around us, cause no harm, do what we can in our communities, do what we can for people.
May 2021, 2011 failed. He just kept shifting it. He admitted his attempt at predicting was sinful, is what he said. Also, the social and psychological mechanics are nearly identical. People who believe such teachings often experience anxiety, a group hype, emotional decisions, sometimes financial sacrifice. And I'm witnessing people give up all their money. There's a TikTok live of a guy just giving money away to his people. He's broke now, by the way. If you're looking to find him, he's broke. In Camping's case, followers spent money on advertising, gave up livelihoods, suffered deep disappointment. This current 2025 prophecy is already creating fear, dreams, people staying up thinking, what if? It's becoming a self-fulfilling loop. That's what's happening. Believers
be weary of charlatans, y'all.
Amplify it, they share it, it becomes trending. Then it's harder for skeptics to break through because it's everywhere.
The new
it's
OTK.
validating itself through sheer volume.
The new
I've
OTK.
seen it. I barely am on TikTok and I've seen it. Because there are clear theological warnings in many Christian traditions that someone who tries to set the date of the rapture or Christ's return is barking up a tree that Christ said to stay far away from. Verses like, let's say, let me see if I can remember. Matthew 24:36, about the day or hour no one knows. I believe that's what he said.
Also, here's the thing, okay, with religion, with whatever you believe in, if you don't respect others, you don't deserve any respect back. You don't get respect back. If you want people to respect you, you have to give that respect to others. Otherwise, you ain't get shit. You ain't deserve shit. You should be incredibly disrespected if that is what you put out into the world.
That are constantly cited by critics. Many pastors and scholarly voices are speaking out now against Septuagint 23, saying, don't fixate on dates. Fixate on faith, moral readiness, love, and justice. These voices point out scriptural warnings that anyone who claims certainly may be leading people into false belief. There's also a pattern. When predictions like this fail, and many have, people often don't face too much accountability, ever. The leaders shift narratives, apologies are vague, responsibility is minimized. Camping eventually admitted his errors, described date settings as sinful, but by then damage had already been done. Trust, finances, mental health for a lot of people. And with September 2025,
yeah, there's just always a way to spin it and be like, hold on, I've received a new message.
But likely there will be recovery messages. We were symbolic. We were representing something spiritual. God alone knows. I wait for that. I am waiting because it happens every time. Still, the fact that these same evidence types keep being used should make people suspicious. Celestial events, religious calendar days, prophetic dreams, stuff going on in the world, just all this trumpet garbage. These are inherently vague because it's garbage. It's just genuine nonsense. It's genuine, worthless hogwash and piss. I kid you not. It is worthless gobbledygook that means nothing to no one. It just doesn't. A blood moon might look dramatic, but linking it to prophecy is subjective. It doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't. I hate this because the emotional leverage is huge. Humans don't like uncertainty, right? We love security. We crave it so deeply. We fear death, the unknown, failure, and suffering. That's why conservatives lean on to a lot of Christian values,
And
because it gives them a moral path.
Yes, also, this relates to what we talk about all the time, moral panics. Moral panics around TVs, moral panics around phones, moral panics around TikTok, that people don't like what they can't understand. When they can't understand something, they are afraid, and that fear gets exploited by charlatans, by those who want to take people's anxieties and turn that into anger and feed them a whole bunch of other stuff and convince them that they have to go out and vote for somebody like Donald Trump. All the satanic panic. Yeah, literally name a technological or cultural achievement, and there was an ensuing panic around it. I mean, literally, like the entire 80s was just gripped in satanic panic. And we still see that now. Like it different day, same shit. Different day, same shit. Dungeons and Dragons was considered satanic. Yes. And yet they're not scared of AI because here's the reason why. Because the people in power who benefit, who churn up these moral panics, AI is something that they are using to their advantage, that they are benefiting from in this moment. AI reflects what they put in it. Yeah, so there is Pokemon are demons, true. AI absolutely can be a yes man. Yes. That we just watched a clip of a Charlie Kirk generated AI video being played at a mega church.
Guidance, because Christians and conservatives
5G
love
towers
having
activated
a
by
base set
COVID
instruction
vax.
manual of what to do because they know it works. That's why you'll see so many conservatives love Christ. As a matter of fact, you'll see people who don't even go to church just say, well,
I mean, they're still trying to do the video games make violent children. They're still trying to do that, which is why they're trying desperately to connect Tyler Robinson to any of this stuff that they have previously created moral panics around. Why they're dragging Steam and Discord and you know, trying to drag these CEOs of these platforms in front of Congress, also because they are trying to, you know, this is all about control and further censorship. But they're like, aha, he played video games. See? That's why he became a radical leftist.
I do believe in God, but I don't go to church. That's just, they just want to find something to believe in. That's what it is. Apocalyptic prophecy gives a script.
Did you ever see Tom Hanks in Maze of the Monsters? I did not.
The chaos ends on a date. Believers are saved. There's clarity. It's intoxicating. Even if the prediction is wrong, even if many have been wrong, the psychological pull remains. It's crazy. You know what happened with Harold Camping? People ignore warnings from other Christians. They ignore social criticism, media mocking. They stayed committed because hope was on the line. That's what it was. And this is what horrible, horrible people do to good practices. You know, I say that. I say that a lot. I say that it's the ideals that ruin things. That's what's happening. Because you're following this impossible moral doctrine. With social media, you get like short videos and viral audio clips, memes, prayer chains forward. It becomes everybody is expecting it, which feels like proof. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's dumb. And all these repeated failures and all this financial loss and all this garbage. At the base.
My mom burned my rare Yu-Gi-Oh card collection that would have been worth thousands now because of satanic panic. Oh! my God. My condolences. My condolences.
This isn't about whether September 23rd or 24th, 2025 is the day or not. It's about a reoccurring pattern. Date-setting prophecy leads to hype, anxiety, and sometimes fantasticism. Always ending in disappointment. Then narrative shift. Sometimes people repent, sometimes no. The cycle repeats over and over again. So yes, this...
Oh my God, can you imagine if I did that to Will's Pokemon collection? Can you imagine if I was like, this is the devil shit? He comes home one day and I just have a fire. I'm dancing around the fire, throwing his Pokemon cards. Throwing his Mewtwo.
September 2025 prophecy looks like the latest in a long line of deep hoaxes or self-fulfilling mythologies. Maybe the people behind it believe it genuinely. Maybe some are sincere, but sincerity doesn't make it dependable or truthful. That's not true. It doesn't. No matter how many signs, how many festivals, how many dreams, the fundamental biblical and philosophical problem remains. Claiming to know the date of cosmic divine events is very dangerous. It's stupid. It's genuinely dumb to think you have that much importance over
That's
stuff.
your retirement.
You don't. Focus on your own life. Keep going. Don't let this Christian rapture garbage TikTok nonsense pollute your mind in any capacity. Anyways, have a lovely day or night wherever you are. Just want to talk about this. Bye.
Bye. All right, let's watch Jennifer
Charlie
Welch.
Kirk's, memorial, which it was filled with.
I gotta say, the I've Had It ladies, I think are some of the clearest, strongest voices right now, and who I believe can really do some good in appealing to, especially appealing to their brand of person, be it Southerners, be it liberal wine moms. Like, I think they're great, and I think they are really some of the strongest voices right now who are correctly identifying what is going on.
Pyrotechnics and speeches by Donald Trump and other political figures, where it seems like everybody's last conversation with Charlie Kirk validated all of their politics prior to this, but Benny Johnson, MAGA
If you and them teamed up, the wine moms would become the first line of the vanguard.
influencer.
Yes. Jimmy Kimmel's monologue.
I don't know if
yeah,
he was
we'll look at it
responsible for the
afterwards.
grinder outage at the event. I mean, it could have been him. It could have been anybody.
Breaking
honestly.
news on
just due to overuse. Here he is speaking, and you can pick up on a lot of what Jennifer is saying here about like the Christo-fascist elements of this movement.
The Apostle Paul describes how God establishes the rulers of the nations. In the audience right now, there are rulers of our land. Represented right here is the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice, the Chief Executive.
Yeah, because war, just always being at war. What a true Christian thing. Just going into other countries and killing a bunch of people there.
God has
So
instituted
peaceful.
them. God has given them power over our nation and our land. God saved our...
Separation of church and state is but a faraway dream, a figment.
President Trump from an assassin's bullet for this moment.
Here's what I have to say, though. God must hate Trump at least a little bit on that logic, because the assassin, who, honestly, gotta say, probably worst ranking assassin out there, aside from Hinckley Jr., John Hinckley Jr., he did manage to hit Trump's ear. So all I'm going to say is if God were truly protecting Trump, wouldn't that never have happened in the first place? Nothing says anti-war like renaming the Defense Department to the War Department. At
And
least
what-
they're being honest about it, you know?
Does the Apostle Paul in Romans say about a godly leadership? He says that rulers wield the sword for the protection of good men and for the terror of evil men. May we pray that our rulers here.
Okay.
The rest of us be damned.
I think we get the gist. I like how men are both the protagonists and antagonists.
Of course.
Women are just along for the ride.
We're really hitting the men.
God saved the president, but wanted the
Men on men action.
Right, wanted the firefighter to die at the rally, and then I guess also had to sacrifice Charlie Kirk for this moment is the implication from Benny Johnson.
He works in mysterious ways.
I mean, so this is what they do. This is what is Christian signaling, Jesus signaling, and this is what, as being an atheist Democrat in a red state my whole life, I see that these politicians do. And when you think about people in rural America, they don't fucking know what's going on in Gaza. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes. They don't care. That is the part of rural America is simply, you know, you get up. My husband's from rural Oklahoma.
I mean, to be fair, there are people in metropolitan cities who may know more, but also don't care. And certainly our political and media, you know, elite media classes not only don't care, are actively playing a role in laundering the atrocities happening in Gaza.
He's a criminal defense
and in
attorney.
the West
And
Bank.
he said, you get up, you try to, you know, grind your way through your day. Nobody's making any money. Everybody's broke. Half the people are on meth. And then you watch Wheel of Fortune. And then you
True.
say, who can I blame for my shitty life? Fox News serves up who you can blame, who you're going to scapegoat, those immigrants, those trans people, those drag queens, those lesbians. We had a guy who ran for Senate
in
Oklahoma, and
lesbians.
he called, he campaigned in rural Oklahoma that lesbians were a huge problem in eastern Oklahoma, which I would say there is kind of a fine line between cowgirls and lesbians. Sometimes you're kind of like, could go either way. But they Christian signal, and it works with them because their only form of culture or home or social life is in these churches. And the churches are hellfire, damnation, you're no good, you need to be saved. And so the two, for me, I was not surprised that Christians clung on to Trump because I've always been at the top of prayer list. Everybody's always been trying to save me my whole life. And they are very primed for this type of cruelty talk. When friends would take me to go get me saved, the preachers sound exactly like Donald Trump. They sound exactly like Benny Johnson. So it's familiar.
I know you've spoken about this a bit with your co-host Pumps about, you know, her upbringing versus yours, her growing up in a more, you know, traditional.
I don't know who that is, but she's spot on. This is Jennifer Welch of the I've Had It pod with Pumps. What's Pumps' real name? Anyway, two ladies who are telling it like it is, and they have had it.
Christian household in the United States. Like, how has your friendship kind of informed that, one? And two, if you could expand on the element about churches only being like the only form of community, because I think that's really important. It's why cities are so scary to, I think, conservatives, is because you interact with all different kinds of people and you're in such close proximity that you have more options to form community. Although I think capitalism largely limits it because we're so on a razor's edge about our next paycheck or whatever. But like that element, I think, is really important. And this is a very drawn out question, but when I used to go cover Trump rallies, I was going to one Trump rally a week in the lead up to 2020. And it felt like when I went to mega church with my aunt.
Where's your interview?
It was the same vibe, and it is a form of community, a perverse
Gotta work on
one,
it.
but it's because there are no other ones.
Totally. So, you know, I had a really unique upbringing. My parents, atheists. I don't know why we were in the buckle of the Bible Belt, but we were. I was born in Dallas, then moved to Oklahoma City when I was in grade school. And my parents traveled all the time, but I grew up around all of these really religious people. And so when I and
here's what I will say, that is definitely an anomaly, even more so than being like when my family in Iowa, we were the liberals. We were the liberals surrounded by conservative, but that was as far as, political ideology went. My mother was still Catholic. We still went to church every single Sunday. For the first 18 years of my life, I had to go to church every Sunday. So it wasn't even just a political difference from the rest of the environment that she was surrounded by, but to be atheist growing up in the areas that she grew up in is honestly really rare. Even when we were living in the Chicago burbs, like everyone I knew went to church. But that's also probably because, the people that we were surrounded by were similar in our activities, like-minded type. Is my mother still religious? My mother is a recovering Catholic. She has a lot of deep trauma from having Catholicism hammered into her, like the nails shoved into Jesus's palms. So when she decided she was done with the church because of all the sex abuse cases, and we found out that our church, the money that was, collected every week was going towards these civil lawsuits. My mom was already she had already started to turn on the Catholic Church, but that was like the final thing. And we were all like, yes, we don't have to go to church anymore. But she definitely still has like a lot of the residual Catholicism in her, the guilt, especially. My God, the guilt that that is tough. And the longer that you're in it, the harder it is to extract that from yourself.
I never fit in with them because I was never indoctrinated. You know how today the rapture is supposed to come on Christian Talk? They're talking about it.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if we got raptured just right here on air?
Love it. I love it.
Two
Oklahoma
atheists
City would be so tolerable. I want it to happen. But I remember when I was in 8th grade, I was a Brink Bobcat cheerleader, go Bobcats. And everybody that I went to middle school with was like, the rapture's coming, the rapture's coming, the rapture's coming. I tell my mom, she go, oh, for God's sakes, Jennifer, that's ridiculous. These Christians are so intellectually stupid. And, the football game came and went, the rapture never.
Many such cases of recovering Catholics.
But there's it's this cult-like thing, and there's all this pressure to be involved in it. I'm so grateful that I was never indoctrinated in it, because what we have right now is a bunch of people that are suffering the consequences of religious abuse. And my co-host, Pumps, she suffered the consequences of religious abuse. Now, her parents didn't set out to do this. The structures that they were raised in earnestly set her to be raised in the same structures. But if you're told when you're born that you're inherently bad, and I had a boyfriend in high school, Emma, whose dad was a Baptist.
You're born and they're like, yeah, you're fucked. All right, you're a little piece of shit. You might be a baby, but you're still a sinner and a piece of shit.
Preacher. And he got grounded for 3 months for beating off when he was 16 years old. God. Like the shame of that is incredibly
what that does to you.
Abusive. And so then you see Grindr crashing, and you see all of these MAGA people that have all of this child essay stuff on their phones. And I think you have like a mass psychosis of people that are suffering from religious abuse. So when they have things like this, where they can all get together to feel normal, and then the propaganda administration they know exactly what they're doing by using religion in this way. And there's so many people, this is all.
Yeah, and here's the thing. People don't want to question things. They, especially when they've been raised like that their whole lives, they don't want those doubts, because those doubts are scary. They're not fun, even though the truth can set you free. The truth will set you free. But it's that fear where you go, it's better for me to repress myself, to be repressed, and just go along with all of this than to break free. Grindr crashes every time the conservatives gather in one place. Yes, I mean, you look at so much of the homophobia and transphobia and bigotries in this country, and it's a result of that religious repression, that religious abuse. Related to these topics, Doubt is such a good movie. Excellent film. Valerie, thank you for the prime.
Well, they know. And I think this is what's so insidious about what Charlie Kirk did. He knew, and the people that funded him knew, that for all of these megachurch people in suburban, rural America, they did exactly what their parents told them to do. They prayed at the flagpole. They did Bible study, circle jerks, etc.
Flagpole.
Circle jerk, pun intended. Pun
Metaphorically.
intended there. Right.
Yeah.
And so then they
I mean, when I got to college, a lot of my Catholic friends, they thought masturbation was this bad thing, that like women's pleasure was not something to explore, like their self-pleasure. And I remember one day, like, basically sat around and taught my girlfriends about vibrators. And I was like, it's okay. It's all good. Actually, you're going to be like, this is great. But there was still this guilt around it, this like repression around like doing God's work. I'm like, trust me, you are going to be like, oh, I actually don't have to hook up with that sweaty guy from the bar. You'll prefer this. You'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna have a night to myself. Yes, I was corrupting the innocent in college. You got something better at home, baby. I still feel guilty every single time to this day, and I haven't been religious in like 15 years. Like, what the fuck? Why? Because it's so ingrained in you. And also just like women's pleasure being something that socially has never been important. Like heterosexual sex has forever prioritized the needs of the man. And I mean, everything to do with women's health, sexual health, physical health, mental health is always, we're behind. And that's why, thanks to Gwyneth Paltrow, who introduced the vagina candle and also vibrators and put it into the spotlight. My high school best friend had never really looked at her genitals. I had to teach her how they worked and to grab a mirror and all of that in fucking college. Yes, I mean, look, abstinence is still what is taught in a lot of states as like the primary method of birth control. It's like, yeah, just don't have sex. Okay, because that works. Most of the language of the church when it comes to marriage is in service to your man. Absolutely. As it should be. No, it's a lot of like, a lot of like submission and stuff like that, which in more, in more conservative environments, they really emphasize that submission. You even had fucking Erica Kirk, lady boss CEO, 3 degrees, PhD, just continuing to promote this message. But it's also like, oh, trad wife for thee, but not for me. Like, I see you, girl. I see you, Miss CEO. Your life is more than just being a wife and a mother. And you did not get married until you were in your 30s. You did not have children until you were in your 30s because you were in pursuit of your career ambitions. And now you're going to turn around and say to legions of young people, including young women, that actually that's not the path for them. Oh, no. It was like, remember when Megyn Kelly had one moment of clarity on her podcast, and she was like, I can't believe all these young women are choosing this trad wife lifestyle. I mean, clarity, but not clarity. Where she's like, why was talking about women needing, it's okay if you want to have a career and be ambitious and like, what's going on? It's like, oh, I wonder what's going on, Megyn. I wonder what ideology, what political beliefs you you promote, that you are a part of, that have pushed that. Huh. But she did come out like fucking Cody Roadster, Dead Husbands Memorial.
They go
That
to
is true.
college, and that's the first time they're free. They're liberated. They can maybe make their own script.
She was also
And that's
5
what's
years
so
older than
dangerous and
Charlie.
insidious about what Charlie Kirk did.
Yes, these same fucking idiots, assholes, who will literally say, "Oh, women." You know who said that too? Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk said women in their 30s past their prime. It gets harder. Remember, you got to be a wife and a mother, and when you're in your 30s, clock is ticking. He married a woman who's 5 years older than him. Isn't that funny how that works? Who had kids in her 30s? Who is now the CEO of Turning Point USA, a major far-right political organization.
Intentionally wanted him placed at a time where free thought could be uninterrupted. And he went there to interrupt it in Christian signal. And so, the right always accuses us of virtue signaling, and probably we're guilty of that. And I don't think that's something we should necessarily apologize for. But weaponizing your faith against people who inherently have some questions, like, did Noah really load up all those animals and get on the boat? Like, I have friends that literally believe that. Pumps,
Right.
my co-host, she told me one time she thought people lived to be 950 years old. And she'd been to law school. Imagine that. Been to law.
Well, yes, I am proof. I am proof that people can live to be 950 years old. And another thing, it's always the women who do all the social organizing, of course, planning, cooking, etc. in the church. They're literally exploited workers. Yes, it's the women who it's considered their responsibility. You raise the children, you prepare the meals, you organize, all that. But you don't have any power.
Law school, but was indoctrinated not to critically think, not to ask questions. And that's what's so egregious and horrible about Turning Point's activities, is they're stunting the growth. And then you're going to have more broken, damaged people, because that's the perfect petri dish for MAGA to get all of their supporters.
It is interesting to me too how the relationship with Trump also almost mirrors, not to psychoanalyze them too much, but it's kind of fun, mirrors a relationship with almost like an abusive father, where it feels like love, where he's abusing them and you just take it because there's no, I feel it seems like
that's
healthy
our abuser.
Emotional reaction or critical thought that
But
could
Emma,
allow
I think
you
it's bigger than that. I think
Yeah.
it mirrors the relationship with the Old Testament God.
There you go. There you go. Well, I mean, he stands in as Jesus. And you heard Mike Pence. I don't know if you read that interview with him a few years ago, back when he was still vice president. He described how, Trump is this imperfect vessel, but he feels like God is speaking through him, and serving him is like serving God. And I don't know how you get from point A to point B, except for the fact that Trump is like charismatic and omnipresent, charismatic in his own perverse way, and leading a coalition of religious fundamentalists.
Yeah, I mean, I was not surprised, because when all of my friends were trying to save me when I was in junior high and high school, and I would lie to my mother and say, I'm going to go spend the night with this person. She'd be like, don't go to that church. Of course, I immediately went to the church because I wanted to fit in with my friends, right? And so I remember this one church I went to in particular. It was called Crossroads Cathedral. And my friend Shonda and her mother drove me there, and they were working class people. My family was more upper middle class. And Shonda's mom worked at UPS, really sweet lady named Debbie. And we pull up to 7-Eleven, and she has a cup in her car full of coins with a $20 bill at the top. And she said, you girls pump the gas and one of you go pay. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go pay. Shonda, you pump the gas. So I grabbed the $20 bill and I'm going to take it into 7-Eleven. She wanted us to put $5 in. She goes, no, Jennifer, that 20 is for the pastor. It's for the church. Count out the coins. And so I was like, well, that's fucked up. But I did as I was told. I counted out the coins. We pull up to Crossroads Cathedral in South Oklahoma City. And right at the same time, this white Rolls Royce pulls up.
Of course.
And this guy gets out. Pastor Schaefer's his name.
It
He has
is
on a white
Righteous
suit and a
Gemstones.
white mink coat. His wife gets out, and she has total Tammy Faye vibes, Righteous Gemstone. The big eyelashes, a white mink coat. We go inside, and they start doing all this Bible thumping and talking in tongues and talking about demons and all this fucking crazy shit. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever been around. And here's Debbie, who had a black eye because her husband had roughed her up a few nights before.
Oh, Debbie.
Giving $20 to this grifter, this total lying sack of shit, Pastor Schaefer. And so when Trump started doing that, I thought, this is familiar to them. This type of abusive, lying, grifting relationship is familiar, and the cognitive dissonance that it takes to both love your pastor and
It's also cult of personality shit.
overlook all of his moral, obvious shortcomings is very familiar to this base. So I think that my perspective, having been raised in the Death Star, I'm not shocked that Christians like him. I know people on the coast were shocked. I was not shocked one
I
bit.
mean, it's all like narcissistic, self-serving, faux messianic type of behavior. I mean, it's the same thing what we're seeing with Charlie Kirk, where it's like, look, Charlie Kirk was a fucking YouTuber, okay? Charlie Kirk was a YouTuber who liked to go to college campuses and be like, oh, debate me, bro, and then stitch together videos with the titles of like, I took on 30 brain dead SJWs at, Oklahoma University. And yet the way that he is now being treated and being upheld, when he, like all these other people, were grifters, right? Taking advantage, making millions along the way, and now being treated as something that they were not.
Me,
He would have been a
traffics and
disciple
cruelty.
of Christ.
Every single church that I went to where my friends tried to get me saved, the same thing. It was the same kind of talking, rambling, whacked out shit that Trump does.
He is a glorified megachurch pastor.
Yes.
basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that is fascinating. That really solves a lot.
Yeah, and also game recognizes game type thing where they all look at each other and they're like, yup, we're doing the same shit here. And then they'll, link up and do their little tours together, do their, just make money. Make money. It's you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
A lot of, I think, questions, that maybe people have about that relationship because of, all of the things that should be antithetical because of his complete, depravity individually. That all got washed away for that reason.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Hey, all my favorite women in one screen. What a dream. What a dream. Wine and Gab Fest with Emma and Jen Welch. Love both of those ladies. Go support the Majority Report. Go support I've Had It. Okay, now we can talk about Jimmy Kimmel. Before I watch Jimmy Kimmel's monologue, though, before, I just have to say that it was not lost on me how many celebrities I saw condemning, criticizing, organizing, letter signing for Jimmy Kimmel, which I've already talked at length about what a grotesque abuse of government power, authoritarian moves the firing of Jimmy Kimmel was, the pressure that was, applied because of these deals that these companies, these major media companies are trying to are trying to get through with the blessing of Brendan Carr at the FCC. But yes, this is a both two things are true at once. It was not lost on me how many major celebrities signed this and have said nothing about their government, their taxpayer dollars funding a genocide. Liberal media will always be quick to support their own. Rich white people will always support rich white people. And I saw a lot of tweets about this where it's like, imagine signing this, but not the Palestine pledge. Imagine speaking up for multimillionaire Jimmy Kimmel after 5 days, but staying silent on a genocide for 716 days and counting. This is how you know Palestinians aren't white, that a lot of the people who signed this have said nothing on behalf of the Palestinian people. It's shameful. Like it's very shameful. The amount of people I've seen speak out about it only after he was reinstated, it's like such layers of cowardice. Just how deep down can you go on the cowardice graph? Also, mad as hell that people only boycotted Disney for Jimmy Kimmel and not for Palestine. They've been on BDS for over a year. And it's like, oh, do you see how this did something? Do you see how people like immediately coming together, organizing, boycotting Disney had an immediate effect? How, like, I don't care about the reports that, oh, ABC and Disney had a lot of conversations with Jimmy Kimmel and it was these conversations. No, fuck the conversations. It wasn't about the conversations that they had. And I'm sure they said to him, like, hey, we're under a lot of pressure from all over the place. If we bring the show back, you gotta be on your P's and Q's. Okay. We can't be making these little jokes anymore. But money talks. Yes. Money talks. And so it is, it's very frustrating and also very telling to see this. Yeah. Oh, Selena Gomez, who, it's too much. I got to get off social media. Like, has Lin-Manuel Miranda, has Mr. Hamilton spoken out? Has he joined his colleagues in the theater in Hollywood? And it's like, it is, here's the other thing. Yes, there are major white celebrities who have been speaking out on behalf of Palestine. Liam Cunningham, aka the Onion Knight from Game of Thrones. Florence Pugh, one of the biggest stars right now. Like, these are, there are big celebrities. But it's also not lost on me how a lot of times when you look at, say, like the list that Zionists have signed, the pro-Israel people, those names, all white celebrities, versus how much people of color, minorities, are always the backbone, always the drivers of this kind of social protest. Always. And a lot of the big names that I saw speak out, finally, white celebrity big names on behalf of Jimmy Kimmel, have said jack shit about Palestine. And so it just is, I don't want to minimize or erase the white celebrities who have been, Nicola Coughlan, my queen, who've been consistent in their advocacy. Yet it can't go without mentioning how it's a lot, especially when you look at like the UK, when you look at the artists in the UK who have been so, who've been so on it, who've been just trying to advocate every way they can, and how when I see the faces and the names of the majority of people, that it's often artists of color. Cynthia Nixon's great. Of course, Susan Sarandon, love her, But how do Amy Schumer and Eve Fartlow feel about this? All right. Jimmy Kimmel returns somewhat because Sinclair was like, not until he apologizes, we won't run the show.
Jimmy Kimmel and autism.
Jimmy Kimmel. Coming back to late night television.
Jimmy Kimmel and autism. Can you believe that there are people who watch this kind of stuff so seriously? They're like, yes, settling down with my brewski for my evening night news, Jimmy Kimmel and autism. Let's go. didn't. Oh my God, he did not. That's the thing that's fucking getting me. Brendan Carr being like, that was the most sickening thing I've ever heard. What he said was factually true. And it had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. It had to do with the way that the right wing, as they do with every individual act of violence, as they do with like mass shootings, with political assassinations, is they immediately blame trans people. They immediately blame the radical left, and they keep going with it even when it is a total affront to the truth. And when Jimmy Kimmel said that MAGA is trying to pretend like just out here lying their ugly ass faces off to pretend that this guy was anyone but their own, that was true because that's what they were doing. And it's not that Tyler Robinson was definitively right or left. We're still at a figuring things out. And also average voter, a guy who liked guns and also was not a complete bigot. Wow. Okay. Caroline going from Jimmy's greatest soldier to greatest op, and not even greatest op because I'm still going, Jimmy Kimmel did nothing wrong. Jimmy Kimmel said and did nothing wrong. And I will not sit here and allow the insane hypocrisy to to continue to be treated as valid, of like hearing these vicious lies that are still being spread by Donald Trump, by Mike Johnson, by, you know, the people at Charlie Kirk's memorial, by the people who have power in this country, by fucking Elon Musk, who it's like, aren't you a little busy with your father's, the story that just came out about old daddy Errol Musk being a child abuser, a child sex abuser? Don't you have better things to worry about? It's just, I have had, as Jennifer Welch would say, I've had enough. I have had enough. I've truly, truly had enough. As I have to see trans people in this community, in my life, strangers on the internet, fearing for their current situation and their futures, as this administration is going to use everything that they have to keep making life hell for the trans community. Not to mention all the other communities, immigrants, Palestinians, women, just the entire queer community, but specifically how we see this, that trans people are the scapegoat in these mass shootings, in these political assassinations, like clockwork. Like clockwork. This is what they do. So no, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you know, can't we just all get along? Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel probably shouldn't have said what he said. No, it is such a fucking joke. It is such a sick ass joke. And it also is a reminder of who actually has power. So when Antifa, this mythical organized Antifa group, when the radical left, when we're constantly hearing that this is who's been in control of things, but not anymore. Oh, the helpless, you know, the poor disenfranchised, the poor, the victims of the evil radical left are finally rising up. It's like, y'all have been in power. What are you even talking about? Antifa. When the two parties in this country look more and more like each other every day, when our opposition is Hakeem Jeffries, who could not sign on to that Charlie Kirk resolution faster than you can say, you stupid piece of shit, Hakeem Jeffries still hasn't endorsed Zohran Mamdani. A strongly worded letter. Oh boy, they don't know what's coming. Hakeem Jeffries is writing another strongly worded letter. That'll show them. That will show them. When anti-fascism in this country is being labeled as terrorism, very intentionally so. Donald Trump may be a stupid person who genuinely believes that there is like some Antifa headquarters that you know, it's this ninja like group who moves in the dark. He's a stupid ass person. He might believe that, but there are people around him, those who actually their job is to like track these groups, these organizations, domestic terrorism. They know full well what Antifa actually is. That Antifa is short for anti-fascism. That it is the belief in being anti-fascist. And that, but like, it doesn't matter because they're still out here being like, yep, Antifa, your terrorist organization. We're going to come for you. We're going to get you. Kamala Harris doing her stupid ass book tour, and when asked if she'd support Zoran, she skirted the question by saying she'd support whoever the Democratic nominee was. Oh, Kamala Harris. I couldn't have Pete Buttigieg because he's gay. And when Rachel Maddow said, "Wow, that's really sad that you wouldn't have him because he's gay," and she's like, "No, I didn't say that Pete Buttigieg couldn't be my running mate because he's gay, but I said that he couldn't be my running mate because he's gay. There's a difference." No. I didn't say no to him because he's gay. I said no to him because he's gay. You know what I mean? Oh, yes. Oh, I see. Her dad is a Marxist scholar. Yes. And she said Trump is a communist. Honest to God, the two parties in this country is just pointing at one another and both calling each other communists. That's what it is. Both incorrectly being like communist. For a correction. I actually think it is American. I actually think it's American. It's just depending on who you are as an American. Because this country has never been free and fair for all of us. And then they came for the rich white late night hosts. That's at the way back. You know what I mean? So as much as we say this isn't America, actually it is. It's an America for certain Americans. It's always been an America like this. When has it ever been like safe? When has free speech and liberties ever been this thing that women and minorities, queer people, the marginalized, disabled, when has that ever been the shining beacon, the reality of America? It's not. And that's why we fucking fight every single day. That's why we're like still out here, still doing this shit. Government try to ban a social media platform that is where the most conversation and posts and voices of the Palestinian people is being disseminated. No. Should the government be like, "Oh, we're stepping in to defend your privacy, to make sure you're safe from China," when they sell our, they sell our data every day, when they give $100+ million contracts to companies that are pillaging every ounce of our lives on the internet and off the internet.
Crazy. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
And that's why it's always funny to me when I see people post the like, "Oh, we're turning into an Asian country now." It's like, you been paying attention to America? Oh, no. Not Korea. Not China. Right? Like that always happens in moments like this, is you get the memes of like, what are we, an Asian country? What are we, a bunch of Koreans? how just fucking stupid these people are. Okay. Brendan Carr came out and was like, actually, this had nothing to do with the government. It's just Jimmy Kimmel's ratings. Jimmy Kimmel's ratings are bad. That's why Jimmy Kimmel got taken off the air, even though I went on Benny Johnson's podcast and threatened these broadcasters, held my FCC chair power over their heads and was like, it would be a shame. It would be a shame if Jimmy Kimmel continued to remain on air. But here's the thing. These bozos, they can't even get their story straight because they don't need to get their story straight. Donald Trump tweeted out, I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? He's yet another arm of the DNC. And to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major legal campaign contribution. Yeah, you know, Donald Trump, expert in campaign finance laws, really cares about the laws being broken. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how they do. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. Like, he's just saying it. He cannot help himself. After Brendan Carr's like, no, this had nothing to do with us. This is just because Jimmy Kimmel's ratings are bad. And they were like, sorry, got to take you off the air. That he can't, Donald Trump cannot help himself. He can't. Full ass diaper. He can't. That he's just out here on Truth Social being like, oh yeah, let's see what happens when I do this. Like, he just said ABC gave me $16 million because I went after them. That like, oh, let's test ABC out on this. Let's see how far I can go. God, it's so... Oh, he is such a little bitch. He's such a little bitch. He was doing this in 2017. Oh, yeah. You mean the Trumps are so thin-skinned? And, oh, yeah. They just tweet whatever. A tired journalist's response to Trump Jr.'s emails has spawned a great meme. I worked on this story for a year and he tweeted it out. Yeah. One thing that Donald Trump is going to do is he and his ilk are just going to tweet. They do the work for you. They truly do the work for you. And yet, and yet, oh my God. That's why I need liberals who are waking up now. I need you to not go back to sleep. I need you to understand that this didn't start with Jimmy Kimmel. That when we allow students to be violated and abused and subjected to state-sanctioned violence on campus for being anti-war, for protesting genocide, when we allow members of said press, said free press, to be ostracized, to lose their jobs without any backlash to it because they dare to write the truth, because they dare to do what most of their colleagues are not doing and refuse to launder the insane violent actions of their own government and that of a foreign state. Like, I need you to understand that by every time when we give that permission, we allow that to happen without speaking out, without going, no, I don't think so, that it only keeps going. You give them an inch, they are taking the full fucking mile. They are trying to see everything that they can get away with. And the other thing I need you to understand is right now, Donald Trump is in power. Right now, what's happening is under the Trump administration. But when Biden was in office, people were being silenced. People were being punished. Those who were courageously speaking out against the Biden administration's complicity and facilitation of a genocide faced severe consequences for it. Joe Biden is the one who was in power when Congress said, we're going to get rid of TikTok. And the reason for getting rid of TikTok was to have control, was to try and keep people from understanding the truth past what Israel and the United States have fed to them. So, but Biden isn't Trump. So I need people to understand what has been going on. And that, yeah, Trump is fucking evil. He's so fucking evil. And he's so fucking evil on Maine. Like, he does not hide what a piece of shit he is. But understand that Democrats have also been complicit in allowing this authoritarianism to rise up. And that they are not out here actively fighting every day on behalf of the people of this country. Whistleblowers were targeted during Obama's admin, if I remember correctly. Yes. And of course, like, this didn't begin with Biden either. But just as far as like our short-term memories go, and as it relates to the 2 years of genocide in Palestine, which is such an urgent moral issue, like understanding that Democrats, they still bear responsibility in this. I did my part. Jimmy's back. Good job, guys. But I will say, in relation to, compared to the other speeches, yeah, I think Erica Kirk's was better, right? That she wasn't out here like, war! But let's be so fucking for real. That forgiveness, as well as like the Nancy Mace and everyone else who's immediately like, it was a trans shooter, who's like this troubled young man. Oh, I mean, the same energy as like white man shoots his entire family, and it's always a picture of him on a jet ski. It's a picture of this guy on a jet ski being like, oh, family annihilator. That grace, and look, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe she would have surprised me. Maybe she would have, against all odds, had the shooter not been a cis white guy, been like, I still forgive them. But as far as like this idea that forgiveness is, I think that it can be a beautiful thing, but that grace is not even extended to people who did nothing wrong, who have nothing to do with this. Also, she was fucking married to Kirk, so many people act like she's this peaceful, amazing person. I know, I'm losing my mind. Yeah, Erica Kirk didn't give the full Joseph Goebbels speech like Stephen Miller did, so it's better, I guess. Yeah, she wasn't like bar for bar reciting Stephen Miller's stolen Nazi speech. But anyway, I just like, look, I'm going to keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying this because I don't for 1 second want to act as if these people, Erica Kirk included, envision an America that is free for all of us. Why would I think that when what they promote and what they believe in says otherwise? So I'm not going to contribute at all to any type of normalizing here. I'm not going to do any type of like, oh, wiping away my tears. How beautiful is this? I can't. And so do I like, I'm not going to, like I said, I won't speak to what I can't say for sure. I can't say 100% if the same forgiveness and grace that has not just been given from Erica Kirk, but others on the right would have been given to someone who was not Tyler Robinson. And yet I can still say, though, is that the continued calls for violence and labeling of trans people as extremists and the continued blame that is put on people who had nothing to do with this, who were not responsible for this, that much I can see. And I know, like, let's be real, it would not have. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, I can't absolutely say that, but I can, given the evidence and given what we saw in the immediate aftermath, I think it's fair to say, I think it's pretty fair and pretty accurate to say that grace does not extend to people who don't look like, are not a Tyler Robinson. The fuckers want people like me dead. I'm not holding hands and singing hymns. Yeah, I'm not going to either. I'm not going to either when the right has not slowed down their push towards what they really want to accomplish here, which is to remove trans people from public life, which is to control and censor leftist speech online, to continue oppressing women. And that's why they are like, oh, Tylenol causes autism and autism is bad. Like, this isn't just This isn't just fluff, as evil as that fluff is. Like there are real policies behind this. There's real purpose to it. That I will always differentiate. I will always differentiate the way that the way that like I hold responsible and the way that I think we approach people on the right who are in power, right? If you have power, and if you're utilizing that power to horrific, in horrific ways, versus like everyday folks who we want to be able to bring back into the fold, who we want to show that like, hey, this is not it. And that's one reason that I am always so mad at the Democrats, as I'm like, you are offering these people nothing. You are not offering them a better life. You are not here to help alleviate the conditions that are making their lives so hard. So the way that like I approach people, especially like in the real world, and how I try to have conversations and yada yada, versus what I have to say about the Stephen Millers and the Donald Trumps and the, the Benny Johnsons and the Mike Johnson, whatever, they all the same fucking name, is no, I will never sit here. I will never sit here and be like, let's break bread. You know what? We may have political differences, but at the end of the day, we all just want what's best for this country. No, we don't. No, we fucking don't. We are fundamentally different. And you are out here spewing this bile and amassing influence and using that influence to cause harm to people in this country. So fuck you. No. Fuck you. I will not be breaking bread. I will not be going, can't we just get along? I will not be writing any Ezra Miller style New York Times opinion pieces about how we might have political differences. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you're rich, because I'm rich. Ha 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 ha. It's just a game. No. Yeah, I'm not reaching across the aisle. I'm not reaching across the aisle and thinking that I can find anything in common with Stephen Nazi Miller. The other thing too is like, there's also a difference between MAGA cultists and then just working class people in this country who have voted Democrat, who have voted Republican, who are like, they are no longer tied to a party, that they are not politically consistent. where maybe they voted for Barack Obama and then they voted for Donald Trump and then they voted for Joe Biden and then they voted for Donald Trump again. Like it's also important to make the differentiation between people who like put on the MAGA hat, buy the coin, worship at the cult of Donald Trump, genuinely have psychosis, who like, it does not matter what the hell Trump says and does. Those people, they're all in our families. You know, some of us still try to have conversations. Others, it's like, no, can't do it anymore. But that is not the average voter. That's not the average person in this country. Do you think there's a big difference between operatives and voters in general? Yeah, and there are like these I mean, all the lines have been blurred, right? You look at Charlie Kirk's memorial. You had Donald Trump there. You had major political officials there. You had the Secretary of War, right? And then you also have podcasters, TikTokers, YouTubers. Like that is the big tent that they have. That is the unit, the presented front. And these people are all they are amassing they have amassed this power and this influence, and they are only my enemies.
Sure. I would like to say, listen, this world needs more people.
Perfect Union has a good job of connecting to average Trump voters to understand their perspective. Oh, yeah, they did that. Any Hoosers. Jimmy Kimmel he's back. Kimmel is back. My work here is done. My work here is done, y'all. He's back and backer than ever. Next up, I'm probably gonna have to defend Jimmy Fallon, which will be so much worse. You know what? Just rapture me again. Let me be raptured. Take me, baby, or leave me. Apple postpones Jessica Chastain thriller The Savant amid current events. Boo. Like, not that I care about this show, but boo. The release of Apple TV's The Savant has been put on hold. The decision comes 3 days before the thriller starring Jessica Chastain was slated to premiere on the streamer September 26. No new date has been set. After careful consideration, we've made the decision to postpone The Savant, an Apple TV Plus spokesperson said in a statement to Deadline. We appreciate your understanding and look forward to releasing the series at a future date. The streamer would not elaborate on the reasons for the last-minute change, but The Savant's subject matter is believed to be behind it, with the storyline about preventing extremist attacks and some of the imagery considered possibly triggering following the September 10th assassination of right-wing political activist Charlie Kirk. The series includes a sniper in action and the bombing of a government building, among other acts of violence. I know that this is like not as intense as some of the other insane things that we've seen in the wake of Charlie Kirk being killed, but it's just like, it's interesting what networks and streamers decide is too much. Decide is like, oh, that's too, oh, we don't want to ruffle any feathers. It's too soon. It's too soon. Like, this is just another day in America. No, right. And it makes me wonder too, like, would this have happened with the show Adolescents? Would they have been like, ooh, too close to home? Sorry. There has been more unrest lately, including the shooting into the offices of Sacramento ABC affiliate KXTV. And it's like, no, actually, I think we should be talking about extremism in this country. And I think I just saw the DOJ there was like a report that was shelved. I'm trying to find the story on it that had to do with like the reports, the data on the biggest threat domestically being that of white men, like white extremist men committing domestic acts of domestic terrorism. And apparently this report has been shelved. Shelved isn't, or I'm trying to find the exact, hold on. Oh no, I just spilled my peanuts. Oh no, my peanuts. Oh no, I just spilled it everywhere. Oh no. My spilled peanuts. I'm twerking my peanuts. They removed it from the website. Fox delayed the premiere of 24 for like a week after 9/11. Meanwhile, over at Apple, I know. I just nutted everywhere. Oops. From writer, executive producer, showrunner Melissa James Gibson, 5th season at Anonymous Content, The Savant follows an undercover investigator known as The Savant who infiltrates online hate groups to stop domestic extremists before they act. Yeah, why is this too much for the current environment? Why have we looked at this and gone too sensitive? Maybe not that I even know if this show's going to be good or anything, but just this decision here. We're on the verge of serious violence, Chastain's character says in the trailer, evoking a potential attack of the scope of 9/11. Oh my God, we'll never be free.
Hey kids, come on.
Pete, thank you for the gifted.
What's she looking at? She's working.
She's working. I thought this was a no-work weekend, Mom.
It's gonna be a coordinated mass attack. Blood will be shed. Locked and loaded and planted for months.
What if the reasoning was this is too soon after 9/11? Hey, 9/11 was only 24 years ago. It's too soon.
The hunt has begun.
Apple TV is so CIA coded. You know what I will say, and I pointed this out to Will last night because we were looking for something to watch, and he was losing his mind because he's like, every single fucking thing is like SEAL Team 9 infiltrates into enemy territory, and there was just all of these movies and shows that were front page on these streaming platforms that all read like military propaganda, and I went, this feels purposeful. Not that like the Department of Defense hasn't had its claws in Hollywood since the days of World War II, when they realized how they can use the entertainment industry to like push military propaganda. But it does. I feel like I have noticed an uptick of like every other show or movie on my various streaming platforms that I'm subscribed to are all like very military coded. And anyway, so I said to him, I was like, you know, if you want to get something made right now, like if we decide, man, we really want to make a movie, we really want to sell a show, let's just make something. Let's just make some military prop, you know? Another cop show? Something along those lines?
What do you do in there all day? All night sometimes.
I track people who are planning attacks. My job is pretending to think like them to stop those people from doing really bad things.
FBI, on your knees!
That's why we call her the Savant. Snipers, bombings, ambushes. We're on the verge of serious violence. I've been watching him for a year and a half. He's recruiting for something. I don't know what it is, but it's massive.
This guy isn't just planning violence. He's out to make a statement.
What kind of a statement?
The kind that history refers to with a month and a date. Innocent Americans are going to die.
We need to infiltrate further.
I don't think you should keep pushing this.
Listen to me. They have photos of your family. You think if you engage with terrible things, you're daring even worse things to happen.
Maybe it's right that they postponed it. It looks so bad. So the reason that I'm like kind of raising an eyebrow at this is because, one, I am so fucking sick and tired of everything now in this country being related to Charlie Kirk's murder. I am so tired of it. Of like, oh, okay, so now they're postponing a show because it's too sensitive right now that we can't possibly put out a show like this, that we have also had a bunch of these kinds of shows before, because in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, it's just too soon. But also, because this is the story that I was looking for, U.S. Justice Department removes study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. I wonder why Donald Trump's Justice Department was like, I don't think so. We're going to get rid of this. The Justice Department has scrubbed a study from its website concluding that far-right extremists have killed far more Americans than any other domestic terrorist group, just days after a gunman fatally shot the prominent conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The report, now archived, titled What NIJ Research Tells Us About Domestic Terrorism, vanished from the DOJ website between 11th and 12th of September. Not on September 11th. They're like, no. The only terrorist activity in this country is by brown people. Never forget. According to Jason Palladino, an independent investigative reporter who first wrote the story, Kirk, the 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder and Trump ally, was gunned down while speaking at Utah Valley University on September 10th. The vanished study opened with, since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. In the same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives. Tyler Robinson has been charged with Kirk's murder, and prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. In the aftermath of the shooting, Donald Trump and other Republican leaders have blamed radical left elements for the attack. The National Institute of Justice study, which was based on research spanning 3 decades, represented one of the most comprehensive government assessments of domestic terrorism patterns. It found that militant, nationalistic, white supremacist violent extremism has increased in the U.S., and that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism. Wow, I'm shocked. What? So you're saying Antifa is ISIS? Where the report once appeared, the Justice Department wrote that it was reviewing its websites and materials in accordance with recent executive orders, according to 404 Media, though the page is now unavailable. But the findings align with independent research from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, sure, that will be defended, which analyzed 893 terrorist plots between 1994 and 2020. That study concluded right-wing attacks and plots account for the majority of all terrorist incidents in the United States since 1994. They even have, like, extremists branching off from extremists because they're not extremists enough. Like when the group in the Pacific Northwest that found that the KKK was not they were members of the KKK, and they're like, you know what? You're not doing enough violence. We don't think your methods are good or fast enough to achieve what we want, which is white supremacy. And so we're going to go rogue. And now you are also our enemy. In congressional testimony in 2023, Heidi Beirich, the executive vice president of Global Project Against Hate and Extremism, told lawmakers as an expert witness that data on acts of political violence clearly shows that it's the far right that's driving terrorism in the U.S. Hold on a sec. I thought it was Antifa. I thought it was trans people. I thought it was the radical left. You're telling me the thing that we've known for decades now, which is that the far right, that white domestic terrorism is the number one threat in this country, is still the case, including targeting and in certain cases murdering law enforcement. Oh, you mean January 6 rioters? What? That is not to say there's no violence from far left actors. It is just not simply on the scale or as deadly as what is coming from far right actors. Yeah, and you don't have the president of the United States being like, oh, there's fine people on both sides. You know, there's some really good people over here. Or like in riling their supporters up to storm the Capitol and hang members of Congress. Kirk had built Turning Point USA into a major conservative youth org and spoke at last year's Republican National Convention. He was addressing students when he was shot. So this news plus everything else that's going on, and I saw this and I went, Now, the show has already been made. Like it's done. It's ready to be released. They may release it at a later date. It would be a crazy move to just not release it whatsoever. But we'll see. It will now forever be embarrassing that Antifa has been labeled a terrorist organization, but the KKK has never been. Well, that's because Antifa has not infiltrated into the highest levels of office is not synonymous with law enforcement officials, right? Corporate wants you to spot the difference. The KKK has made its way into various groups of power, state power, throughout this country. So, yep. Will you play Silent Hill F? I will play Silent Hill F. I definitely will play Silent Hill F. They're coming for the art doll. They're coming for the art doll. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but it feels like delaying it with all the crazy events around us will just make us even more popular when they finally decide to release it. Well, also considering that Apple does literally no marketing for their shows, and it's pretty much word of mouth of like, hey, this is a really great show. You should watch it. There's also the chance that no one watches it anyway. My coworker complained to me about how I questioned why we have a Charlie Kirk National Day. They argued it's comparable to MLK. How the fuck do I even respond to that shit? You go, you're stupid. You're like, you know what? Don't talk to me at work anymore. This job is hard enough to get through the day without having your stupid ass up in here. Since you like horror, here's the new stuff from Kojima and Jordan Peele. Oh, right. Their collaboration. "10 years since the horror, the cursed, have once again into the forbidden." It's like a Mad Lib. Ooh, light the fires. This building was from a 3D scan of a found in a... And then we're in a sinister ritual. You know I like them scary horror games. Is that the redacted Epstein files? A dead little baby. These graphics are crazy. Did you ever finish RE? Yeah. Ooh, oh, right. This is when Hunter Schafer's in. Hunter Schafer's in this one. Spooky. Sadly, a Microsoft product. Ah! There's a lot of horror coming out, but y'all know, I am so excited for. I've been waiting my whole life. I know I love Kojimbo. I know. I've been waiting my entire life for Little Nightmares 3. And by that, I mean the last 3 years since I first played Little Nightmares 1 and 2 on stream. And I have now known the pain of waiting years for the next game to come out. Guys, do you think she knows how to pirate or that? You guys, I can only pirate something if it's on accident. If I pirate anything, it's because I've accidentally done so, because I've clicked a link. Now you have to experience the pain of having the game get canceled and never come out. That's a pain I hope I never have. Okay, we are at almost 5 hours. I would like to try and boot up Rust just to see what's going on. Just to kind of check things out. The problem is I am kind of an idiot, and I went to the whitelist part of the Discord server, and I wrote my name, and I feel like I should probably delete this because that's not how you get whitelisted. And I've noticed that a lot of people have put numbers in, and I'm the only one who wrote my name. But you're white? No, that's true. I'm deleting my name right now because I think that was a very stupid thing to do. Because for some reason I couldn't remember with whitelisting if you put your name and they give you a number, but I don't think that's it. I think you have to get the number and then you put it there. And then they give you they whitelist you based on that number. Okay. So, okay. Oh, I don't know how to do this. Okay, let me open this. Let me just see. No, there's a very specific way to get the number that they need to whitelist you. And okay, I open Rust on Steam. Press. I'm putting full camera on so I don't leak anything. Okay, and then I copy paste this. Okay. Paste the entire thing, and then I hit enter. Okay. And then but then how do I get, you must appear offline, invisible on Steam, and be whitelisted. Oh, God almighty. How the hell do I get on the, you find your whitelist number on the Steam site is what Will told me. On the site. I don't know about that. I don't know. It really is. It really is giving the files are in the computer type of energy right now. Isn't it just your Steam number? Is it? I have no idea. I might need to call Will on Discord. I'm calling him. He's probably not going to answer. Try putting in your credit card number. All Will said is you drop your stake ID number in whitelist. You find the number on the Steam site. I don't know what the hell that means. Haas might be able to help you. Paging Haas. I'm pirating right now, probably. I am probably pirating. Who knows? Okay. And you help. Find the folder. Isn't that... You know what? I'm gonna message... Here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna message Abe. Hi. Where do I go to find my number to be whitelisted? Turned down for what? We talked about how I'm bad at computers. Yeah. Yeah, that has not changed. Hi, can I get an ETA on the weed? Please? Please and thank you. Okay. The lady said, come hither. I know. Like, I've done this before. Okay, let me Google it. How do you find a number on Steam for a game to be whitelisted in the game? To find a game's app ID for whitelisting, go... Go to the game's store page in your web browser and the number at the end of the web browser. What? I'm looking on Reddit. Is it just my is it just... Oh, Will has responded to me. William!
Yes?
Hi. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out where to find my number to get whitelisted. I wrote my name in the Discord channel.
You go on steam.com and you log in there. And you'll see a number underneath your account on the website.
Steam.com. Okay.
Yeah, but don't leak any of that. Don't show it.
I'm not, but I don't know why it's not opening. Are you sure it's steam.com? No, it's not. It's okay, though. Don't worry. And then... Oh, shit. It always wants to know my password when I have to log in this way.
Yeah, that's how logins typically go.
You know, I sensed a little sassafras in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And then once I have this... Okay, sorry. Say it again. Where do I go? I'm on steam.com.
Yeah, go to your page. Like your account page.
Okay.
Okay, and then underneath your name, you should see a number.
Yes.
All right, that's the number. Drop it in whitelist. It should be automatic. You're good to go. And then there's a how to connect section on the Discord. And you just log in.
Okay, so embarrassing of me that I wrote my name in the whitelist.
That's okay. That's okay.
I deleted it though.
I'm using my
hopefully,
mic. I'm so dialed.
Hopefully no one saw it.
That's all right.
You know?
Yep.
Okay, and then you have to, why do you have to be invisible on Steam?
So that people can't find out the information about the server.
Oh. I should probably do that, right? Where do you go to be invisible?
It won't let you log in unless you're invisible on Steam.
Okay. How do you make yourself invisible? I guess I could Google it.
Go to your Steam app, go to friends, click it, go to status, set do not appear online.
Status. My status. Okay, I will figure this out.
All right, if you need more help, I can come do it for you.
No.
Do you want me to come do it for you?
No, it's okay. I went to friends and I went to status. There's no status under friends. Let me hold on.
I'm coming.
How? No, it's okay. I got it. No, I got it. All good. Let me just Google. I'm just gonna Google it. Okay. Incoming requests. Offline. Okay. Oh, got it. Oh my God. I figured it out. Okay. I got it. I don't know. Yeah, I walked him. Don't believe his lies. How do I know if I've been whitelisted? This?
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so now I'm gonna go how to connect.
Far. Okay, wait, I can't see. I already did that.
Go here.
Okay. That was F3. Did you mean that? Okay. It's in our room, I think. Wait, it says disconnected. Do I have to rejoin? Yeah. I went invisible.
Yeah, try rejoining.
Okay, let me see. Big Farley stretch. What does Will's shirt say? Him. And then on the back it says Rapture 2025. Farley. Okay.
I'm just gonna make sure you get in.
Yeah.
All right, you're awake.
Okay, I'm in.
Yep. You remember how to play it all?
Not at all.
Okay.
Literally.
Just type in all chat. So enter and you'll be able to find it.
Okay. Enter. Okay, I remember nothing. Let me. Oh, I can't show that stuff at all. Let me. Oh, okay. No, okay, here's what I'm concerned about. Oh, right, that's me and my penis.
That's your map.
When I wanna get out of this,
yeah,
to go like touch something on this screen, if I do this, it pulls that up, and I'm worried about leaking something.
Yes.
Go off that.
That's why it's here.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna close that. Okay. Which church? Wow, I feel like this is not going to be one of those. It's like riding a bike. Okay. Like this is not going to be like one of those. It's like riding a bike. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. I am trying so hard not to leak this because I will let me just say. Also, am I supposed to put like drops on? I don't know. What does that mean? Which church will I join? Drops on? Is that what I do? Wait, close the window? What window? The drops should enable if you're in. I closed.
Carol, you're still on the call.
Wait, I'm still in the call? Oh my